formulated from the beginning to where we are now, and the other on the role of educational institutions in preventing gender-based violence. This workshop is vital and is a step towards raising awareness, promoting empathy, and equipping us with the knowledge and skills to address these issues. I encourage you to engage actively, share your perspectives, and learn from each other. Also open up and participate fully in the breakout sessions which will follow. Together, let's strive to create a community that values dignity, respect, and consent. Let's work together towards a future where everyone feels safe and supported and empowered to thrive. Thank you, and let's get started. KNUST Gender-Based Violence and Sexual Harassment Focal Persons. Our slogan is Safe Spaces, Thriving Lives. And on this note, I would like to welcome you all to this gathering on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Akosua-Addison, and on my own behalf. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, our chairperson for this morning's program and the director for DOSA. We'd like to invite one of our partners for this morning, and that's POS Foundation, Mr. Jonathan Osewusu, the founder and executive director. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take this message from him by welcoming him with a round of applause.
Good morning. Professor Chair, you see, I came without a speech. And the representation I've seen over here gives me hope and gladdens my heart that when you are acknowledging the Vice Chancellor, the name, everything suggests she is a woman. Our director, the Professor Chair, is a woman. Years behind, or somebody say back, we were not seeing this. And so giving real meaning and distinction to the issue of gender has been practically manifested by KNUST, and I think we can do it better. So that is my speech. And I'm extremely, extremely excited. I'm seeing a lot of great and big women here who are championing the affairs of student body, nurturing them, because they said when you educate a man, you educate what? One person. When you educate a woman, it is an African proverb which has direct meaning and practice on our development as even men and women. And without gender, and without the women, and without our mothers, it would have been difficult. Probably I would be standing somewhere holding a gun instead of standing here, because their nurturing and the way they train us has had a lot of effect. That is not to run away from the work of our fathers, but it was a lone ranger, kind of limiting everything in development, putting men in charge. And today, I am so much overwhelmed. The POS Foundation, in partnership with Amplify Change, they are the funding agency that is supporting us to go through 5 public universities to have this kind of workshop. We finished with UCC, Winneba, went to UDS, and then came to Legon. Finally, this has been a good host, and I'm happy that the last one has been so successful as well. When I say my body, please kindly respond my integrity. Then when I say my body, then you respond I'm in charge. My body. My body. Let's do it again. My body. My body. Nobody has control over your body. You are in charge. Let me give you just a scenario, then I can take my seat. The issue of sexual harassment that probably some of you might not see the magnitude of the subject we are talking about will come through this just example. Anytime we happen to have the opportunity to travel outside, the first thing they put you through is an orientation on this. And almost all professors will attest to this fact. They do not joke about this issue. And that is why I'm extremely happy that there's a gender center and then there's a whole policy by the university. That is an advanced stage because others are now coming up with this. And so if you do not take this seriously, it can cost you now. And when you get into business and profession, it can also cost you. 2 coaches, as you can read on the internet, Ghanaian coaches, were in a lift, an elevator, African Cup or something. And they were coaches and referees, so they were in the elevator. But a lady entered the elevator together with this man, and they were looking huge. Then one said, "Hey, lady, nani edi ono obapa no tumi ni mema gina elevator yi musa." Hey, this lady is a very strong lady. She has the guts to be in an elevator with all men. The lady found the statement not comfortable. She didn't understand the language, so she reported to the authorities at the game, the ongoing games. And then they called these Ghanaians. When they came, they asked them what they said. The lady felt a bit intimidated, or they said something discriminatory or sexual harassment or something of that sort. Unwillingly, they just said, "Oh, we didn't say anything. We just said, how can this lady have the guts to stay with us, etc., etc." They were suspended. It's a statement that connotes sexual harassment. What do you mean by she has the guts as a lady to be in the elevation with? But we often use words like tundra. Madam Professor, permit me. If not tundra, breastina, referring to a woman's breast. These are critical statements that can land you into the center for the disciplinary committee to call you. But because we do not understand the importance of this, the body is the person's integrity. She is in charge. So when I had my first lesson, when I traveled for my advocacy education, they asked 2 people to come in and then have a friendly talk. So I quickly, because I've been touching. When I had the explanation, I realized you can easily be accused for sexual harassment. It's a matter of talking, communication. Why are you stretching your hand? And when it touches the place it's not supposed to touch, then you say that it wasn't deliberate. We need to understand these issues so that we will be guided, because God created you, gave you the body to be in charge. So nobody else can come and then take over and tell you what to do, or even to the extent of forcing you. When we went to the universities, others will bring ladies together, and then they will do the thought thing. How do you call it? Truth or death. Every university have the way some of the young guys are managing to get the ladies against their will. Truth or death. Then if you don't get the correct answer, then you take shots. When they get drunk, they take advantage of them. Please, dignity as a man is to respect your colleague and respect the body. And that if you want what we call anything to do, you need the word consent. And I'm happy that Professor mentioned that as part of her opening remarks. The word is what? Consent. And before we leave here, we watch just 2-minute video for you to equate me or myself looking for tea and then equating it to consent. And when I say I don't want tea, you don't force me to drink tea because I don't want tea. And when I'm unconscious, you don't force tea in my throat because I said I wanted to drink. So when the person says, yes, I've given you my consent, we go inside. It says, I've withdrawn the consent. It is no consent. No, it's no. When we went to other jurisdiction, I'm sure it may come up. Somebody says some ladies, when they want to say yes, then they are saying no. No, it's no. We must have that at the back of your mind. Thank you very much. So, Madam Professor, let me use this opportunity to thank you all. You for the active role you and Doctor played in organizing this. It's not easy to use your office, come down to our level to have this important and nice program. Later on, because we don't have time, We will show you the work we do. In times of Pulse Foundation, we are into criminal justice, human rights, and youth development. So I'll put the brakes here, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much. That's the director and founder for POS, Mr. Jonathan Osewusu. We also have Amplify Change. They are online. So if we can kindly, media, can we have Amplify Change now? To also give us their message.
Hello. Hope I can be heard. Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
I hope all is well.
Yes, all is well. Greetings from the United Kingdom. I'm very, very excited to be here. And as Jonathan said, when I was told to speak, I was like, what should I speak? You guys are doing amazing work. Thank you so much. So my name is Martha Mwamale, and I'm a grants manager working for Amplify Change. We're based in the UK, but we work in Africa and South Asia on the issues of sexual reproductive health. And specifically, I'm a grants manager for this project, which is a project which is very close to my heart because I oversee the GBV portfolio. I just wanted to say thank you so much for organizing this, for taking the time and all your effort into making sure the university are safe spaces. And special thanks to the management and special thanks to all the students. I think this is really an opportunity for you. Some of the university don't get this chance. So I think you should be very, very proud that this project really, you're one of the recipients, and not just the recipient, you're also part and parcel of making this project a success. And just to say thank you so much, and please continue the good work. And I'm sure social norm, and this is what we want to achieve, like the change in the social norms, which it goes beyond just having policy, but also seeing that endless change, which brings about the so-called the effect to others. Let it be the university, let it be in your homes, let it be in public spaces. Sexual harassment and sexual violence is unacceptable. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I won't stay long, but I wish you all the best and looking forward one day to be in Ghana. Thank you so much.
He's here, we heard her loud and clear. Thank you so much, Amplify Change. At this juncture, we'll move straight into our keynote speakers. The very first one will be speaking on gender-based violence and sexual harassment policy, education and awareness. And it will be done by Dr. Mrs. Frances Dufie Azuma, Esquire, Senior Lecturer, Department for Sociology and Social Work and Gender Consultant. Please give her a round of applause. Not only for this presentation, but for all the hard work she has put in for this particular program. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Zuma. Thank you very much, Prof. Chair, for this opportunity. And thank you, Jonathan, and your team. I know that you always always work together, and we'll continue to work together. Thank you very much once again. I'm privileged to be given this opportunity to speak on this matter. And I was also privileged to be given the opportunity to draft 2 policies for the university, the KNUST sexual harassment policy and the KNUST gender policy. So somebody says that I eat, sleep, and dance gender because I'm a gender person. So I would like to speak on the subject matter and look at some of the frameworks and the policies. So we have, even though my madam has given me a short time, I'll manage because it's on education and awareness. But I would like to ask how many of you have actually read the policy? You don't raise your hands. And how many of you have actually seen the policy? They say, see something, say something. So how many of you have seen the policy? Don't raise your hands. And those online, I hope you have seen and read, and Madam would, Professor Marianne Amada would make it available for all of us because it's already available and it's online. So if you don't have one, you see me, and Madam would humbly give you one. I'll talk to her, she'll give you one. Why this policy? I remember one morning, I went to, I'll just say something short. If you get up in the morning and then you find 329 rape cases, and having been teaching criminology, you compare it with the national CID report on Ghana, and you find out that the CID report is saying that the whole Ghana is 514, and only KNUST is 329. I didn't say it. It was all over the place. And apparently, it was a student who reported that. And then we had it all over the place, BBC, and so on and so forth. So if you are management, that is in, it says, one academic year, 2017-2018, one academic year, 329 cases, rape. I didn't say it. You saw it all over the place. How would you feel as management when people start calling in? Then I, as a criminologist, tell myself that the reported one, this is reported, but what about the dark figures? The dark figures are the unreported cases. That's what we in criminology, we call it, unreported cases. So it means that for KNUST, if you add the dark figures, it will be more than the national figure. Because if you look at the figures, it's terrifying. And the person goes on to say that 67 of the perpetrators were from the university. People we know who are amongst us. How would you feel? Then you are thinking, is my son a perpetrator? Is my daughter? We don't call them victims. We call them survivors. Is a survivor? You ask yourself. Then you get, it got me furious. And then I remember in another instance, I went and I talked to one of my colleagues in management because the thing was serious. And I said, look, on this issue, if you dare, let them settle it. Remember, the law says, a new lawyer in town. The law says that sexual offenses are felonies, first-degree felony, and they are non-arbitrable. When we say non-arbitrable, it means that you cannot settle them. And the guy said, me, I don't know. So I said, okay, so I've told you, so if you settle it, I myself will make sure that you are put behind bars. So it wasn't surprising when they called the person that, okay, now this thing, we are in a system, and this is happening globally. So what can we do for ourselves and our stakeholders? And this was what led to the drafting of the policy. Because we are born free, and then we all have equal dignity and rights. So that we are saying that gender-based violence become one of the most pervasive, serious violation of human rights. And not only that, it threatens life, health, and protection globally. But is considered as one of the silent violations of rights to be free from. So that what can we do, and how does the university handle such an issue? So it was based on this that KNUST says that we will demonstrate zero tolerance towards gender-based violence, sexual harassment, and provide a safe and secure learning, working, and living environment for all. So, the birth of the policy. So that it emphasized on not only sexual harassment, so we have the gender policy. The students' policy already existed, but they had to bring in new things into the student policy so that, how many of you have actually students read the Students' Guide and Code of Conduct? I always say that you have to understand it cover by cover. And even if you are a staff member, because it says for all stakeholders, and all stakeholders means stakeholders. And one thing I like about the university is that when you get yourself into trouble, they'll ask you the first question, have you read? Have you read? Because by law, ignorance of the law is no excuse. And that was written in 1960, the Criminal Offences Act. 1960, Act 29, Section 29A. Go back and read. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. So we have all these policies talk about issues of gender. All these policies talk about issues of defending and protecting the integrity, dignity, sense of self-worth, coming against discrimination so that we would all live in a safe and secured environment. Yes, the policies were not drafted on their own. The policies get their strengths from all international policies, from human rights policies, which calls for action by the United Nations, resolutions, decisions, national laws, so that we know that human rights for all persons, men or women, boys and girls, are inalienable, an integral and an indivisible part of the universal human rights, every one of us here is entitled to the rights to life, respect, and dignity, sense of self-worth. So we have different policies that we draw our strengths from. So please, if you hear the sound of my voice, don't take it that the university policy was just written for written's sake. The university policy draws its strength from international and national instruments. So we have all the national instruments, including and not limited to our 1992 Constitution, that is chapter 5, that talks about human rights. It gives everybody the rights. The Criminal Offences Act and its amendment, the Children's Act. We also talk about the Domestic Violence Act, the Labor Act, Human Trafficking Act, Disability Act, Data Protection Act, and Electronic Communication Act. And it includes also the Cyber Security Act. So you cannot just say that you get up one morning and start sending things online to harass people. Go and read what the offense is. We have to enjoy our rights to life, rights to dignity, rights to equality, liberty and security as a person, free from discrimination. Everyone, no matter what your race, your color, your ethnicity. I always say that once you are in the university, you carry the whole university on your shoulder. And I like the legal team. They said that you are putting the university lawyers, they have a word that they use. And then they said that you are putting the name of the university, lawyer Lucy, senior. What do you say? You are putting the name of the university in disrepute. If you ask them what it means, a whole lot. So even when you are in the house, when you are in your house, having left the university environment and sitting somewhere in the house, they will not mention your father's name. They will say, a student from KNUST, a lecturer from KNUST. Sometimes you go and do your own thing. It is like the lawyers, they'll tell you that you don't eat at choba because it is part of the ethics of lawyers. So once you are here, you are bound not to put the university's name in disrepute. Auntie Tio is one of the people that normally say that. So all these, I've outlined all these things. If you have not read the Constitution, go and see chapter 5 of the 1992 Constitution. And it is amplified by chapter 30, article 33, 5, which says that in Ghana, we are also bound by international laws. So all the laws that I read, the Constitution says that we are also bound by it. Because Ghana, we have ratified it. And sometimes we are the first people to ratify. And they send them, then they go, then they rectify. So whether you like it or not, we have ratified, so we are bound by it. So somebody can take us to the International Court of Justice. And that is how and how far we can go. The African Court, human rights. So that is why when our director said that, and then our guest, my friend, my good friend, said, if you don't take care, you'll be put behind bars. So the question is, gender-based violence. We have to understand what violence is. It says that it refers to an intentional or unintentional. Sometimes they say that I'm emotional, but if you understand. Intentional or unintentional. If my director, Mariam, will pardon me to use the tree word, manshada. Hey! Unintentional. Negligence is a crime. Rashness is a crime. So what is manshada? Unintentional. Manshada. Use of force, whether physical, psychological, threatening against an individual or oneself, that you are a bona fide property not only of the university, but a bona fide property of the state. That is why when you commit or you attempt to commit suicide, it is a crime against the state, not your parents. If you go to some places, they'll sell all your things plus your parents' things and they'll put you in prison. Because attempt is equal to having committed the offense. So the use of force to injure somebody, to damage, to abuse a person. So all the United Nations agencies talk about it because it is something that is very relevant and very important. And they use the word intentional and unintentional. The use of power to threaten a group, individuals, a person. And the result is highly likely to result in injury, death, or psychological harm. So if you pull somebody's hair, no way, don't pull anybody's hair. What was your intention of pulling the person's hair? So that if we look at violence, it takes a lot of forms. Physical, sexual, emotional, psychological, spiritual. So that you cannot go and tell somebody that when I saw in the spirit, Shalabatakaya, your father was going to die. Hey, what is your intent of saying that? Your father is going to die. Your parents are going to die. You will not finish school. I saw in the spirit. Which spirit? Which spirit? Spiritual. Then you cross two, you see your roommates. Then you cross two brooms. Cross two brooms for what? Cross two brooms. Because your milk is missing. Cultural. Verbal. The things that we say. So that if you look at the violence, you see that physical violence itself includes, now when we say, the lawyers say it includes, but it is not limited to, it means that some things can be added to it. Hitting, punching, kicking, biting. The ladies like biting. Then they'll say that it is what? Love, kiss. Choking, shaking, poking somebody, pulling the person's head, shooting, right? Stabbing, burning, the use of weapon. And I told director, I was terrified one day when a student came to me and having broke up with the boyfriend, came and sat beside me and said, Madam, my boyfriend has a gun. I didn't sleep, I didn't sleep. He said, I called director. They said, Director, I've not slept. Because a student says, my boyfriend has a gun and I have broken up with him. The next morning I called the student. Are you okay? Are you okay? Look at, you see, we have secondary victims that you don't know. Now, the lady has honestly told me something. I know that, Madam, too, you not sleep, because if I've not slept, you not sleep. My boyfriend, a student, my boyfriend has a gun. and I'm terrified. So that we look at a range of cruel punishment. You cannot torture somebody because you think that you have power over them. Then the favorite one, the sexual one. You see, there are behaviors that range from incest. So you cannot sleep with your brother or your sister. And I know that Madame from Dosa, when she was the warden, the things. You see, when I'm talking, we talk from experience, because how can a student, third-year student, sleep with a sister, 7-year-old? So having slept with her for several years from the age of 5, giving her paracetamol, and then the girl dies. On her deathbed on Confanochi, the doctors ask her, who did this to you? Tell us, otherwise you die. The girl opens her mouth. My brother. Where is your brother? KNUST. Can you imagine? 3rd year. When I met that guy at court, the girl said, oh, she's not like that. He's not like that. He's a nice guy. And I said, where were you people? Where were you? So everything that you do in the house affects the university. Sexual harassment, assault, defilement. You are living outside KNUST off campus. Remember, if you sleep with anybody who is below the age of 60, it's defilement. Sexual assault. And that one, the boys don't even talk about it. So it is not only the women, the men, the boys. They are also the use of force to compel somebody to engage in sexual acts. Whether or not the act was completed or performed, we'll see. When you attempt it, we'll see. Abusive sexual conduct. Touching. We'll cut your hands off. Touching. Sometimes, look, madam, when we close from class and you stand on the veranda or the car park, you feel like crying. You say, what are these people doing? The boy asked me, madam, so if I home, I asked the guy, hey, is it your sister? Do you know her? Leave her alone. I said, madam, if I home, touching through clothing, the genitals, the anus, the groins, inner breast. You touch that. Why? They are going to sit in the library. Then you are touching them. Why? Touch them. Their buttocks. Touch them. These are things. So everything, you have to understand the nature. So that once you understand violence, what it is, we just put the word gender. And remember, gender is not about male or female. Gender is about boys, girls, men, women, because it is a social, psychological, and a cultural construct. It is a performance. So it is not about. So any pattern of behavior used by the individual to establish and maintain power and control over their partner, over their friends, abusive tactics, threats of action, right? And all these things, they always arise from a criminal intent, criminal behavior, whether it's intentional, whether you failed the act. Can somebody give me water? I'm not drinking it. but for demonstration. So whether you failed the act, so, oh, you didn't succeed. You didn't succeed. It is an attempt. And Lawyer Lucy is ready with her team, attempt. So that we have a lot of issues. Gender-based violence takes a lot of forms, which includes the physical, because we get it. We just have to impose the word gender on violence. So, physical violence, sexual violence, psychological violence or emotional violence, right? Economic. If they've given you money to share with your sister and you don't share it with your sister, it's economic violence. Economic violence. If they've given you money, then you say that, unless you sleep with this, my friend, you can get your money. Hey, it's economic violence. So, once you understand this, I always say that gender-based violence, I have done my own equation, right, is equal to gender discrimination, because the root cause is discrimination. And abuse of power and lack of respect for human rights. Because there's a dignity, a sense of self-worth, a sense of respect, rights to life. You say you don't respect that one. You go into jail. Go to jail. Go to jail. Director, it's non-arbitrable. So let them understand. It's non-arbitrable. You can't settle. There are minor ones that you can settle. But sexual offense, you can't settle. That is what the law says. So let us start prosecuting them. So, if you don't understand, go back to the law. And the law, it was written in 1960. I didn't write it. And it says that sexual offense, so all the things that have been listed is also in the law. So you see where it gets its strength from. Why? Defilement, rape. So defilement of a child under 16 years. And the reason is that you are living outside the university campus. So once you wear the tag of KNUST, you are in trouble. I told the student that you carry the whole chancellor of this university, his name, and can you put his name into disrepute? If you don't know him, Otumfuo Osetutu. Otumfuo Osetutu. And can you put his name into disrepute? If you don't mind Director Marian. What is Director Marian? Okay, I'll give you one. The chancellor, Otumfuo Osetutu. That one. That one. You understand? So you put, when we say, don't put the name of the university into disrepute, think about that man. And think about if you are supposed to go to. So, defilement, carnal knowledge, unnatural carnal knowledge. Everything apart from natural is unnatural. So whether it's through the ears, it's through the mouth, it's through the anus, it's through even beast. Some of the things I can't say. You see, when I was teaching criminology, I used to tell the students, you everything tell me. They say, Madam, we'll put you on the page. I say, that one, I can't be on the page, you know. You know that page? So that you can see everybody there. So I say, you can put my friend on it. And my friend Jake will be on it. He say, Dufie, the things that I'm seeing, Students can tell you, Madam, this person is this person is that, this person is that. And I say, oh, you hold on, we'll deal with that issue. Right? And incest. So sexual, now the amendment has included sexual exploitation. So that all sexual offenses, like I said, is a first degree felony. Punishable, I didn't write it all, 1960, it was written. Punishable from the range of 5 years to 25 years. So that one, it is the discretion of the court. Whether the judge, having listened to you, because you have the right in Article 19 to have a fair hearing. So when he listen to you, he say, your case is not nice. Go, 25 years. But I always ask the police people that when I say that, hey, you see, before a sexual offense is committed, there is assault and battery because there is body contact, physical. So if the person will even jump from rape or defilement or unnatural carnal knowledge, there is physical contact. So add that one to it so that the counts will be plenty. So that your university, we have a duty, and that is what our policy is for. And sexual harassment, what is it? But I'll start with the students' one. Because in the students' guide and code of conduct, we have a lot of things in that one. You know that everything is in Article 2. Article 2. And the student guide, they have Article 2. Article 2. It says that disorderly conduct, engaging in violence, abuse, hey, boisterous behavior. Boisterous behavior. I didn't write it. Go and ask those who wrote it. That one is there. Boisterous behavior. So, which one is the boisterous behavior? Physical violence. It is under there. Actions or situations that endangers the mental and what? Physical health or safety. Mental and physical health. If you get up and you are throwing bombardier and the person is asleep, see how the person panics. That one you call it what? When the apprehension of fear. Apprehension of fear. Apprehension of fear. If you use your hand to hit, boom, table. You see, and hit your hands on the table. The person is frightened. Apprehension of fear. Psychologically, do you know the things that are going through the person's mind? I didn't write it. Hazing, threatening communication, electronic communication acts. Sharp. Cyber offenses. Cyber offenses. So that you cyberbullying. It is there. Cyberbullying. It is there. Harassment. Making sexual advances. All are there. Before even it comes to the misconduct. So that in the guide, if you have not read, go to Appendix L. It explains what harassment is. Spoken, word, written, symbolic, physical, sexual. So you see that it speaks from the law. It speaks from the law. The Labor Act says harassment. ILO says harassment. So, it's speaking from there. So that stalking, dating violence, right? But is it by force? You want to date somebody and he says that no. Is it by force? Is it by force? Is it by force? It's not by force. But the one that I like is rape. Rape. Because we started with rape. The guys. You see that, unfortunately, Ghana, the law doesn't talk about having raped a boy. But we will call it sexual assault. In other jurisdictions, it is there. They have defined rape to include boys and men. Women can rape. But in Ghana, the slightest penetration, who penetrates who? It is like osmosis, from a lower concentration to a higher concentration through permeable memory. Is it correct? Chemistry teacher.
I ran away from science because of chemistry. So, research has shown that in Ghana, rape is very pervasive. And that there is a rape culture in Ghana, and it is ingrained in our system. Rape culture. So that is why when you saw 329, that was in 2017. Oh, madam, I can't say what is now current in KNUST, but in 2017, one academic year, somebody said, they call them SRC security what? SRC security something, coordinator. So it means that he knows the figures. And when he said it to, nobody came to disprove what he said. Right? Whether he's lying or not. SRC, at that time, he gave the figures. So nobody came to disprove. So that how can this country, sexual violence, and we have carried that culture, that rape culture, into our institutions. Prof. Mariam says stop. Stop means stop. She's smiling. Yesterday, and when she came to stand here, she was smiling. Her modus have changed. Oh. So don't think that when you rape somebody, the university will let you go scot-free. Because rape is the carnal knowledge of a female of 16 years above without her consent. Consent. And you see that the law says, what is the least degree of penetration? And I like what Doche said in Galga's case. The least degree. So the degree doesn't matter. So that Doche will say that even brushing. Gallagher versus others. Gallagher and others versus the Republic. 2010. Brushing, page 415. Brushing. So that even brushing, the least degree of penetration of a vagina of a woman by a man, even brushing without consent. Brushing constitutes rape in Ghana. Brushing. So that you say, oh, you this one, oh, Prof. Marian, I just brush. Hey, you rape. Oh, are you pasting? Director, thank you. Are you pasting? Oh, I just brush. What is brush? Is it the brush that you used to scrub? Hey. Huh? So, whether rape, all the sexual offenses, the prime thing is consent. And that I like the student guy says that, and the law says that consent can be withdrawn at any time. It is voluntary. It can be withdrawn at any time. So even I saw the student guy, he says that even when the process is ongoing, make sure that there's consent. So when the person says stop, no matter where you have gotten to, stop. Don't say that, this one, it is, Stop means what? Stop. So that, you see, it states what consent is even not. You cannot say that, when she's my girlfriend, or when she's my worker, or when she's, consent is perpetual. That clause in the Criminal Offences Act, Section 42G, has been repealed. So that when you go to the altar, you say, I do. Forever and ever, I do. It is unconstitutional. It has been repealed. So now your wife can even say, stop, and you have to stop. And if you don't stop, it constitutes marital rape. Stop. Rape is rape. Whether in the house, whether outside the house, whether on the street, rape is rape. He says, stop. Stop. Don't say that, oh, she didn't protest. Oh, silent. She was silent. So, oh, that means that she likes it, like you said. If she say no, Ghanaians, oh, that is our culture. Oh, when the person say no, she's smiling. So, Yesterday, a friend told me that she went to a restaurant, and I never knew that they've added tilapia to its own place when you are buying tilapia at the restaurant. Watch. Because she went to it, and she ate, there were two friends. They ate the tilapia, and they were drunk. Booze for 4 hours. Booze. But thank God there were two females. So how to drive the car even to the house was a problem. So they had to sit in the car, turn on the air conditioning, and then sit in it. Tilapia. Tilapia. So that, don't say that, oh, because of this drugs, I was drunk, so that is why I've gotten this one. You see, nowadays, when somebody give you water, now even they remove the sticker here. They inject that, and then they will put the, hey, squeeze it, oh, squeeze it, squeeze it. Squeeze. Now, if you don't even drink it, what will happen to you? You won't die. You won't die. Squeeze it. Millicent, tell them, squeeze it, reject it. Hey, if you don't drink 20 minutes, what will that do to you? 1 hour. If you don't drink water, what will it do to you? Nothing. Don't like cheap things. Intoxication. So our culture believes that when you say no, it means yes. Our culture used to believe that you should have fought back, but you didn't fight back. But they don't fight back because of fear. Right? And then when our culture believes that when people, the diary is paid, it means that you are a person's, you are nobody's property. You are the property of the Almighty God, right to life. Nobody's property. So, you have the right to refuse rape. So that if you look at the offenses in the student guide, the offenses in our sexual harassment, it talks so much. The student guide talks about things that will constitute behaviors that will constitute sexual assault. Engaging in certain activities with conscious or semi-conscious person. You've drugged the person. And intoxication cannot be a defense for you. If the person is sleeping or spoused out, you cannot take advantage of the person. You cannot also take advantage of the person because the person said no. And we did the research. And the student said, otherwise, he says that I'm not a girlfriend. He will not. If he says you're not your boyfriend, leave him. What is your problem? You see, like the one that I called him and I said, hey, are you his parents? Did you pay his school fees? Did you bring her here? Did you buy food for him? The guy looked at his face. So, she wash your clothes. She clean your room. She wash your things. She feeds you with her own pocket money. And you finish and you beat her. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? But in fact, the students made me become a third person. That is my problem. I became a third person because 3 days after, I saw them moving together. And one of them too, I asked her, hey, is he handsome? Because the girl was tense. So is he handsome? And the boy came, was very angry. That's why I said that the boys are also being treated serious. He had gone into the bathhouse. I was teaching. Gone into the bathhouse. When he was going, he was smiling. When he was coming, he was angry. Then I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said, Madam, another person tried to touch my manhood. I stopped the class. I said, hey, where is he? Unfortunately, we went back. I didn't go inside though. Into the boys. I didn't go there. I stood outside. Unfortunately, the guy had left. I would have made them arrest him. Why should you touch a boy's manhood when he's urinating? For what? For what? The university has zero tolerance. So if I say stalking, they are all sexual exploitation. Plenty is in the guide. Please, it's in the guide. So as for harassment, you see, is everything that we have said. Unwanted behavior. It is unwanted. It is an illegal behavior. So you have to, if we say sexual harassment, you have to understand harassment first before you add the sexual. And I always say that, listen, harassment is not only for females, so no. Then you've got it wrong. Harassment can be harassment woman by man, man by woman. Man can be harassed by a woman. Like somebody told me in an exam room, the lady is harassing me. And I went, young lady, go and sit at the back. You are harassing us. Because all the things were showing. A good year was showing. Huh? So I have some lecturers. We have a saying, contamination. So if you hear I meet some lecturers, then I'll make sure I mention contamination. Because the guy was being harassed. And then even the phone, I put it in her pants. And it fell. So when I was going around to take the phone, the guy sitting behind her said, Madam, the thing is contaminated. Because where it is coming from has been contaminated. Contamination. Same. You see, the guy that you don't practice now, it is illegal. Because it is under unnatural carnal knowledge. Right? So please, student, lecturer, privileged position. Privileged position. Don't use your position to harass people. Don't use your position. Whether you are a lecturer, whether you are a supervisor, whether you are a security person, whoever you are, at the sound of my voice, don't use your position to harass anybody. Because the policy is for all stakeholders. And the harassment also takes the various forms. Like violence. So that if I told people that, look, the moment you touch, you pat, is harassment. And this one, the non-verbal ones, which is the gestures. Ghanaians will like that one. They will be making the sign. Oh, Prof. You see. It's harassment. The question is, what is your intention? Jonathan. No, under this condition, it's privileged position. So I'm lecturing, so this one is not harassment. This is privileged position. Privilege. It's an example. Then you'll be making the tongue something. Are you a snake? Are you a... What are you? Licking your tongue. Seeing people and licking your tongue. What are you? So, please, then the one, please, if the person, you have not received the person's consent, don't use her picture as your status. It is harassment. Don't use her picture as your status. For what? What is your intent? You have used her person's picture. Is she your friend? Did you seek her consent? see that the way harassment can, then you are sending video. Cyber crime. Sending video. You have seen something and then they are having sexual intercourse. So you send it. And those that, we will hunt you down. We will know you. We will hunt you down. When you are having sex, then you intentionally leave the laptop as if you were working on the laptop and you put the camera on. What is your intent? What is your intent? Criminal mind. Call it, the heart of man is desperately wicked above all things. Desperately wicked above all things. You are having sex with somebody. Me, I can't say, I don't know, director, is sex prohibited in the school? I can't say it too, please. Huh? You send pornographic pictures. Then you sell the sex tape. You sell. And unfortunately, one of the people that I made BNI track, he wasn't even a student. But he told the person, she's a student. You yourself, you take your own self, naked on the bed. Then you be doing like this. Are you mommy water? You be doing like this on the bed, taking yourself. Then you put it on social, for what? TikTok. Put it on TikTok. Now they are using that to say, blackmail you, you're crying. But they don't have the right to blackmail you with that anyway. But don't do it. It's not good. And I'm Madam Counselor. Don't do it. So we are going on. So what I want to say is that read the law. But I have something that I will always say, that they are drivers to sexual harassment. They are drivers to gender-based violence. We see what is on the surface, but what is underneath? Our patriarchal society, our cultural norms, right? It prohibits a socialization process. The female is inferior. That time was the 16th century. It's not now. When you look at my face, am I inferior? When you look at Prof. Marian's face, is she inferior? The Vice Chancellor's face, does she look inferior? Lawyer Lucy Crady said that the female is inferior. The male is superior. Who told you? Who told you? Please, our mothers and our lecturers and our students, that idea is 1,000 years ago. It's not now. So, please look at these things. Who are the perpetrators? People that we trust. Remember I said, the heart of man is desperately wicked above all things. The heart of man is wicked above all things. People we trust are friends, boyfriend, because Prof. Marian says that there's no need to say that. But if you go to church, the church too has its own rules and regulations. Fornication is a sin. But in the university, fornication, I don't know. I think that we have to rewrite that one. Family members, your uncle, relative, they come and pick you. Relative, you trust them. Your uncles, your brothers. Then your brothers make their friends abuse you. Who are you going to tell? Your uncle. Who are you going to tell? Your uncle. One guy, one girl, the father came. And then the porter said, the uncle. And he said, which uncle? So the father sat in the car and waited to see the uncle. The father sat in the car. Come and see, car park. What a why? Because the man who, with the porter said that the uncle has come to pick her, was not the uncle. But not the uncle. Father said he doesn't know them. Come and see the way the father beat the girl. Me, I was standing there clapping. I say, if every father would beat the daughters like that in school, I'll be happy. Right? Colleagues, friends. Your friends sell you out. Your friends are the same people who spike your drinks, spike your food. Now, sobolo, drink up, drink up, drink up. Sobolo. Spike Sobolo. Milk toffee and all those things. Then the strangers. Because if you have 67 in 2017, 67 people that you know on campus, then the rest, out of the 329, 67 are people that you know on campus. Then the rest are strangers. And strangers, madam, I don't know if maybe you let the security escort them. Because 11 p.m., 11:30, then you see a female walking alone at commercial area. Why? For what? Why? On the phone, and then something is in the head. I don't get it. Because this is how they operate. They look for a place, a location. Call it a crime triangle. Their modus. They look for a place, a location. They look for vulnerable victims. You are not confident in yourself. You are so vulnerable. You take things for granted. And then they'll pry on you. The boys too, the same thing. Same thing. Don't let anybody push you into homosexuality. Don't let anybody push you into. Because once you are sexually assaulted, you can't come out. Once you are sexually assaulted. Because research shows, if you are sexually assaulted by a male, it's very difficult to come out. Why? Because they want to control. They want to show that yes. So you have all using coercive tactics, right? Using intimidation. If you don't do this, emotional abuse, objectification. Are you a woman? Oh, you don't look beautiful. You don't look handsome. Look at the girls in the school. They are you, look at you. And you start blaming yourself. Oh. All this is to achieve isolation. Call it the toxic triangle. Oh, don't mind her. You go and tell your friend. Then he goes, oh, don't mind her. She's crazy. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Their aim is to conquer. Their aim is to control you. So that sometimes they just want to gain status. And when they are using the boys, the men, you see, he wants to show that he's powerful more than you. So, I always say that when it happens like that, we understand. We understand. Because you are shocked, you are disappointed, you cannot believe. If a guy comes to tell another guy, I have been sexually assaulted by a colleague. Our culture say, hey, are you serious? Are you serious? You, a guy. You should have been a female. You, sexually assaulted. No, don't say that. Hey, this one cry is disgraceful. Don't say it. Don't say it. So it kills the spirit of the guy. It kills the spirit of the man. So he wants revenge. The woman wants revenge. The man wants revenge. So they'll revenge. They'll retaliate. And that is why sometimes it leads to that violence, resistance. Because he's feeling guilty, he's shameful, he's powerless, and everything. And then they will not report because they fear retaliation. They fear that the person will lose his love. I'm disappointed. Oh, my boyfriend has left me. My girlfriend has left me. They become suicidal. Oh, Professor, your work there. I pray God's grace for you. And please, if the person says they have stopped with you, Say, thank you, God, that you have delivered me. Because you cannot reform the person. These are, let me tell you, we call them psychopaths. They have antisocial personality disorder. Sometimes they want to reenact what they have seen. Now, everything is on social media. So they want to reenact what they have seen. So you can't reform them. Leave them to the system to reform them. Leave them. The boys. Fear. Stigma. Don't report. Cultural norms. Bema, you have to be bold. You have to be strong. Shame and embarrassment. People don't trust the system, that the system will work. Distrust for law enforcement. When I go cry, they'll blame me. They'll say, in the Ghanaian sense, what did you go and do there? It is 10, it is 11. What did you go and do? What did you go and do there? But remember, gender-based violence has effects. It has effects. Physical effects, psychological effects, sexual effects, and economic effects. It has effects, but the choice is ours. Not only this, but it also has health consequences that are fatal and non-fatal. Sometimes it leads to death. It leads to homicide. You know, every time I pray for this girl, so she has become my prayer point too. Because I asked her, can you give me the person's number? She's afraid. I said, look, go and report. She's afraid. Give me the person's number. I myself will call the person. She's afraid. And this person has even connected her. You see, I don't know how else do you think. Somebody said, give me, I'm looking at something on your phone. Give me your password. Then you give him the password. And the person has connected all her social network, handles to his phone. So that if you call the girl, he listens. He listens. Into it. Maybe I don't know how they do it too, but they've connected everything. So I said, hey, we will have to find a solution to that one. So all we have to do is that let us change the password so that he doesn't get access to you, because the girl too, she has plenty social media, TikTok, my X and mom. I don't get it. Why? Protect yourself. Now, I'm just praying that she doesn't become suicidal, madam, to be the next case for you. Yeah. University has a lot of complaint procedure. We are keeping a safe environment so that if you are keeping a safe environment, our issue is that, look, reports. We are on your side, though. Prof. Mariam is there. Counselor is there. Counselor Lutros. Counselor is there. Do you get it? Your lectures are there. Your dean, your head of department. Now even the directorate has anonymous app that you can just send. You send, send. We will locate you. You know that we can locate you. We will locate you. Send. Madam, I think that you make it available. It's there, even it's there. Send the information. We will hunt them down. And if you hear the sound of my voice, we will hunt you down. Those who have used the university as a sexual preying field, the matrons, and then the pimps, the matrons and pimps, we will hunt you down. We will find you and we'll flush you out of the system. Because we want to make life safe and secure for everybody. Please seek help. Call. Talk to people. You are not alone. You are not alone. It is not your fault. I always say that, if your child even, if the child even dress naked and come and sit on you, it doesn't give you the opportunity to sexually abuse the child. So those who, when the boys are sleeping and one leg is like that and the girl's leg is like that, and you take picture, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Remember, it is your body. You own your own body. You are not anybody's property. Your life is given to you by God. And you have to protect your life. It is your world. It is your world. Don't let anybody frustrate you. Don't let anybody harass you. Madam, 24 hours, me, I can call you in the night too. I say, sis, problem. We will hand them down. We wouldn't let anybody put this university's name in disrepute. Enough is enough. But the question is, be bold. Trust your instincts. Trust your instincts. Trust your instincts. Trust your instincts. I like the foreigners, they'll say that, don't talk with a stranger. Everybody you talk to. Why? What is wrong with you? Even children know that you don't talk. My mother said I shouldn't talk to a stranger. Trust no one. Take your personal security. Very, very important. If you are not sure, don't do it. Be bold. Be strong. Report. Stay safe. Stay alive. You can protect somebody else. So that we have a simple message for you. We said that let us all stop sexual harassment. Let us all stop gender-based violence. And for the perpetrators, I repeat, and those who have the intention to be perpetrators, I repeat, we will hunt you down. We will find you. We will find you. We will hunt you down. And we will find you. And we will deal with you. I like the judge at the place. If you go, he say, if the university, you have the opportunity to come to the university, and if the system had been destroyed by your elders, would you have come to meet the university? Go inside for 3 years. Go inside. Oh, madam. So if it means that we are sweeping them, like police swoop, we'll swoop them. It doesn't matter. The university, when it's empty, some people will come and fill it. They'll come and fill it. We will not tolerate that. Because the university has zero tolerance to gender-based violence. The university says, say no. The police mantra, they say something, do something. Let us all do something about gender-based violence. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. God bless you.
That was an amazing presentation, and it deserves a much louder applause. Always Prof. Azuma with the energy. Thank you so much, Prof. Oh yeah, let's do the slogan again. My body. My body. Definitely. Thank you so much. So we'll keep the energy still up and invite our second keynote speaker, speaking on the role of educational institutions in preventing gender-based violence. I welcome Mrs. Victoria de Graft-Ejay, Deputy Registrar, Head, KNUST-TEK Counseling Center. A round of applause.
Good morning. If you have Auntie Dufie, take the lead. Then you would have to also step up the game. Yes. But that is just to say that, Andrew Fie, thank you. You've done the job. Please, let's give her another round of applause. And so I wouldn't do much of the repetition because a lot have been said already. So I'm just going to take us through the role of educational institutions in preventing gender-based violence. And as we've had, we are going to look at a few things. Understanding gender-based violence, I'm sure we've had a lot of them already. Forms of gender-based violence, effects of gender-based violence, challenges in fighting, as well as addressing this issue of violence. And then we'll conclude. I'll just pick some few things and then we'll talk about it. I want to add that it has a marked kind of human history when we talk about violence. And it's been there since human settlement. Though once openly accepted and even glorified, it has gradually shifted into more hidden and subtle forms, often justified by unreasonable beliefs and excuses, as we've been told. And so sometimes it happens and the victors, I would say, are even protecting the people that committed or the perpetrators. And so it's very important that we take note of these. Now, the WHO explains gender as the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. And this includes norms, behaviors, and rules associated with being a woman, man, girl, or boy. So we are talking about gender, we are talking about everybody. It is not only the female. And so if a male is suffering and is not able to talk about it, it calls for institutions to project what it means so that people would know. And in the Istanbul Convention, it defines gender-based violence as a type or any type of harm that is perpetrated against a person or group of people because of their factual or perceived sex, gender, sexual orientation, and or gender identity. So some have issues, and based on the issues, they hide behind it and they perpetrate these violence that we talk about. So that doesn't give you the opportunity to go on to say that this is how I feel, and so if I feel this way, I can go and do it that way. You will still be falling foul to the law. Most of the time, people feel inferior, and inferiority complex push them into becoming somehow falling prey to imbalance of power. And it's carried out with the intention of humiliating people and making them feel subordinate, feel that they cannot have what they would want to be or be who they want to be without the other person. So gender-based violence and violence against women are not the same. They are not the same. In fact, violence against women is a subset of gender-based violence. And so it is a big umbrella, and you have gender against women, just a subset. So it is about men, it's about women, it's about the old, it's about the young. So it is not for just one aspect of humans. So men or boys also face it, but statistically, it is a very minimal of them that happens to the boys. Because, again, we know that they don't report. They don't report. We see videos where boys are even begging and doing some things because friends have made statements. And as Auntie Dufie mentioned, when a boy comes out and says that I've been sexually harassed or I have had this kind of experience with another lady, you would ask, why? Is it true? Are you sure? There was a time I was giving a presentation on sexual harassment, and we were asking about some experiences. One of the guys said, oh, I had a friend, a lady visiting me, and I had decided to go out and buy food. When I came to the room, she had undressed. And I said, get your dress on and then go out. Then the others were asking, are you sure? His own colleague males were asking. And they did not really, they think that no, you can't do it. They think it shouldn't happen. And so sometimes when that happens, for such a person, I'm sure he will not try to even give that experience at a different time. Because he feels that when I do it, they will see me to be somebody who is not up to the task. And that will make and push people to commit and to want to do it. So we have to be very careful about it. So gender-based violence is rooted in gender inequality, the abuse of power, cultural structure and norms, as we've also been told, feeling of or intention to assert superiority. Our socialization is one big challenge because we are socialized into thinking that the male is the strongest, the male is the one that has authority and exert power, and the female has to accept. The female is always seen to be one that should be quiet and not be able to stand for herself or to talk. And that is a big challenge for us. So forms of gender-based violence, I think we would run through because we don't have to belabor the points that have been given already. The verbal, the physical, the psychological. I think, as I said, we've done a lot, so I don't want us to do much. Now, the effects of gender-based violence. The physical, the psychological, and then the social. From my background, I would want to do more of the psychological. And gender-based violence is seen to be one of the major factors that causes emotional and psychological challenges for people. But they are unable to speak about it. Because when you talk about it, the questions start coming. What did you go there to do? Why are you wearing this dress? What were you doing in that room? Why did you accept to go to watch the film with him alone? Some will come and their report is that, Madam, we went there, we were having, we had a movie night, and whilst we were watching the movie, we started having some drinks, and then one thing led to another, and then something happened. To the point that some didn't even know that what has happened is rape. Sometimes friends would have to bring them. And before they come, they have even washed down, they have freshened up, and there's no sign. You go to the hospital and there's nothing to even check. And some are suffering because they were not able to report the first day, the second day, the third day. And they think that no, there's no need. But they are suffering silently. This can affect academics. This can affect your relationship with other people. This can affect you in some years to come. We have what we call the delayed responses. It doesn't happen now. You will not have the feeling now. After some time when you have even married, some to the extent of marriage. If they have the courage to marry, that's okay. They go on with the problems. But some do not even want to get into any relationship anymore. And so it is something that we need to take very critical look at. It causes depression. Some lose themselves altogether. Auntie Dufie was talking about the fact that if you attempt suicide, I'm happy now the law is looking at it differently. That if you attempt it, now we will not prosecute you or keep you in jail. Because people are suffering. Somebody may attempt suicide because of this. Because he doesn't have anywhere to go or no one to talk to. Or feels that if I open up, something will happen. They will not take me serious. They will not even give me the shoulder to lean on. We are there to support you. And that is why the institution has policies, different policies, from gender to sexual harassment to the counseling policy and to the student conduct and then your student guide, let me put it that way. And it is there for staff as well. The services are there for staff. And so sometimes we think that it's only students that are suffering. No. It goes beyond students. Staff. People are going through a lot. But the point is that If it is an older person, let's say a staff, the person also feels that, how would I even tell it? How would the students sexually harass me as a staff? How would I open up? And that is an area that we need to be concentrating on as well. We keep on looking at the students because we think that they are young and they are vibrant, they sexually are energized to do a lot of things. But others are also suffering because it is not easy to project it and talk about it. Anxiety disorders. Some keep this to a larger extent and they have PTSDs, that is post-traumatic stress disorder. They have obsessive compulsive disorder. Some are so much clinging on. And I related with the example that you gave, that the person made you a third person. True. Third persons, we are all made one time or the other. Because you step in to want to support, and they would even tell you, I don't want anybody to know about it. Even if it has to go to disciplinary committee, because if it goes there, my parents will hear, so don't do it. To the point that some have health conditions, spine conditions, and they've been sexually abused. And we know that in some years to come, 5, 6 years to come, they are likely going to have challenges. And at that point, it will come out. They'll say, no, please, because my parents will know. My father is this, my mother is this. When they get to know, it is going to be a dent on the family name. What are we telling them? And that is why it's important that we all take it up. Suicidal ideations come in, and cognitive impairment as well. Some cannot even concentrate. I'm sure if you are in a class with your friend, take a closer look. Sometimes, some people will be sitting in there. Physically, they are present, but psychologically, they are not present. They may be looking on the board or the projector or whatever, but they are far away. They are not present. It is all because of these things and the fact that they are unable to speak out. Emotionally, they are distressed. It comes with low self-esteem and shame, guilt, and self-blame. I remember I had this student who, for no fault of hers, but also for the fact that you, as you mentioned, moving around late at night, 10 p.m., 11 p.m., we've told you, walk in holy pace or try as much as possible to stay away and walk in holy pace. I remember this one, I got it from Prof. Ellis, our former VC. And he said, walk in holy pace. Because sometimes you are walking in pairs, but it's not holy. It's not holy. This lady walked alone on the off-campus, one of the hostels. She has gone to study, and while she was going, 2 guys in a mask raped her. She could not make them out. And she came. And this lady will tell you, Madam, I have washed 3 times today, but I still feel dirty. That's how it is. That's how it is. And she'll be sitting in front of you, and as you talk, at a point, she will just get forgetful. And you need to leave her to just think of whatever she's thinking about before she'll come back. So that's how it is. If you are a female here, if you are a male here, if you have a friend, let's take the news out there. Because the university, the institution is putting in measures, doing everything from policy to implementation, to education and all that. Even now, we are doing it. So what else do we have to do? If you have a challenge after we are doing this, please come out and let's talk about it. A counseling center is a safe place. DOSA is a safe place. Confidentiality is assured. You are safe to talk about it. Now, it is better to talk about it than to be found culpable by the law. Because if that happens, Auntie Dufie says, yes, as for the law, when it catches you, you will not get anybody to save you. But now, the opportunity is there for you. Come and let's help you. Because you may also be suffering. It may not be your own fault, but maybe you've also suffered same, and you want to vent your anger, misplaced aggression. You want to show that, yes, you can also be somebody. And so you are also punishing somebody for what you could not stand up to, please, that means you are getting a bit unwell. I will not say you are mad. You are getting unwell. We don't want to use that word. So please come and let's talk. So when you have friends who are showing signs of social isolation, social rejection based on stigma and discrimination, please be there for them. It could lead to damaged relationship and also due to distrust of people. And it can bring about disruption in educational and work. People have deferred their courses for 2 or more years. There have been times that because of this relationship, a lady gets depressed and they started as first year. The guy then now, like the October rush, gets another person. So this lady gets depressed and has to defer a course, defer a year for the program. She goes home. This guy continues and completes. The lady comes back and could not continue. Goes back and comes for the second year. And now it's been on and off because he's been on the medication on and off and she's not able to cope. And I'm sure the guy is somewhere. The guy is moving on. And sometimes most of these things, when it happens, I don't know if it's by how we are made up. I don't know. That one I can't ask God. But the women suffer more when it comes to this, the effects. There have been times that we've had issues where students are found in such a situation. And in rare case, this one was more like a friend and a girlfriend. Let me put it that way. They have agreed. They were doing their own thing. And another colleague videoed it, filmed it, and titled it. I think about 4 or 5 years ago. Gave it a name. And unfortunately, it got out. Now, when the committee sat, I was on the committee. And in order to protect them, bringing the name of the university into disrepute is a strong thing. And so, the 2 of them who were involved, let me put it, the 2 lovebirds, were given the opportunity to stay at home for a year, rustication for a year. That is even to protect them. But the guy who filmed it was dismissed. Now what happened is that this guy who was the 2 lovebirds, the guy was able to come to school and complete, but the lady could not come. So for any strange reason by God's own design, women suffer a lot when it comes to gender and sexual abuse. And so we need to be very supportive. As we move on, we'll get to know that the fight is not only for one person. So what are the setbacks? Why are we not able to? We've been putting all these measures in place. Why are we not able to get through? Sometimes it's about the cultural and social norms. We are not able to talk about it. And when you talk about it, you see how people look at you. The excuses that come in, it pushes us not to talk about it. So such strong opposition discourages the victims from asserting their rights or challenge abuse. The justice system. Allegedly, sometimes people do not have trust in that. There have been times that students will tell you, when I went to the police station, or when the police were handling it, they will say, or they told me, take the money and let's continue. They will come and tell you. So why would I talk about it? If I go to the police, at the end of the day, what will happen? They would even blame me. And so why would I do it? So these are some of the setbacks. Poor support system and services. Social workers are not even many. The institutions that need to work on such issues do not have the resources, what it takes to move around. Sometimes you need to go to people's homes. You need to follow them up. There are times that you need to even keep the victors out of the environment and keep them in a safer place. How do we do it? It calls for a concerted effort. Government, NGOs, everybody on board. And if these things are not happening, it is going to be challenging. Legal aid, we talk about it, is there, but is it enough? Is it enough? As a country, we need to check that. Low awareness and education. We are here. I'm thinking that if we had the opportunity, we should have had this program at the Great Hall. Even if it's online, I don't know how many are online. If we were at the Great Hall, we would have had, if we had gotten a bigger space with a lot of publicity and all. But the challenge is that sometimes such programs that will help students, they will not come. That's another thing. But I know, director, I'm sure, has taken it. We are going to work at it. Next time we'll go to Great Hall. We'll go to Great Hall. And it calls for team up. We all come together. We have all the offices involved, from HR to the counseling center to security to the SRC. The leadership can take it up. And it's a project that you bring your people. I remember I was telling Eduache this morning when I came in, I asked her, are we going to have the women or the ladies as we met with VC the last time? We had a short interaction with VC last week or two. And then I can tell that this place was not enough. This place was not going to be enough because they were all there. They wanted to see the VC. VC will want you to hear some of these things so that you take it up. But they are not here. So we will do the education. We will project it. But you need to take it. You need to be ready to work with it. And so we will continue to do it. Fear of stigma and shame. It's another thing that pushes a lot from reporting, and we'll be suffering in silence. So how do we address gender-based violence as institutions? How do we go about it? Education institutions play a critical and multifaceted role in addressing and preventing gender-based violence. They are not merely places of learning, but key social institutions that shape values, norms, and then behaviors. The role of academic institutions is particularly crucial for long-term social change. Because it is here that we are building a lot of values. I know that the values are built way from the basic schools up. And I think that it's high time we take some of these things to the institutions that are of lower class. That is not lower class in the sense of looking down on it, but the fact that they are the places where it's the formative ages. If you are talking about my body, my integrity, and then my body, I'm in charge. If a girl of 5 years, or even 4 years, 6 years, gets to have this ingrained in their mind, it carries on. And so I think that maybe you can take it up in that sense. And it goes from the JHS to the secondary schools and then to the universities. Because most of the challenges we are having here is from that place. It is not only the universities that have such a challenge. And so we need to consider that. So what can we do? The policies and their development are there. We have the policies. And we're being asked, how many of us have read? How many of us even know that we have gender policy? Or we have sexual harassment policy? Let alone going to read. How do you take it? And how have you checked it to see that what I'm doing, the little things that I'm doing, the little touching here and there, it can land me somewhere? The policies are there. And so we have it. And these policies, we have to work on the implementation. And I'm happy we are going to have, or we have the gender desk, and we have somebody in charge. Prof, good to hear of that. So education and awareness creation, as I'm looking at this picture, it is at the secondary schools. We need to be also checking on that. Not only the universities, because people carry these attitudes, and wherever they go with it. So it is not here. It's difficult. And when they have already picked up the attitude and we are trying to let it go off, That is why our challenges keep going up. And there are so many times I've said that most of the challenges we are even having now is parenting. Parenting. How we are even socializing our children at home. How we are engaging them. How we are making them feel strong enough and stand for themselves. The self-confidence, it comes from us. So as we are parents or becoming parents, growing parents, whoever you are, you become a parent one day, you may have to, and you would have to work at it. Because when we put in them that self-confidence, it would address most of these issues. So at KNUST, what are we doing? We have a lot of programs. When students come, first year, academic life seminar from the counseling center is given. And when they come and we are talking about relationship, how to relate with your colleagues, what to do, when to say no, and all these things, sometimes they will not be there. Because they come and they hook up. From first year, they are in relationships and they are moving on. And the challenges are there. We have self-help tips that we give. There are podcasts on relationship, podcasts on how to manage yourself, podcasts on even addiction and what it is about. And so these things are there to help address the issue. Provision of support services. And you know of them. Support services. If it's about you having the fear of somebody stalking you or whatever, the security is there. The college counselors are there. Your hall authorities are there. Off-campus tutors. The directorate is there. You can make use of these. And so the phone lines are there to support all of us because we know that people will have challenges. And once the challenges are there are measures that would help you to overcome. It's very, very important. So the numbers for the hotlines for the KNUST Counseling Center is what has been projected for us to check. And the security services also, we have their hotlines. We need to look at that so that all these things are just at our fingertips. So these short notes or these flyers are there to support us. Sexual abuse, some unhealthy relationship, depression, self-esteem. There are many of them. At the counseling center, we have about more than 15 of them. And it is out there for all of us to take note and to help ourselves. And as we've been told, there is the KCC or KNUST counseling app. And this is where you can report anything and everything anonymously. You can do it anonymously. If you are being sexually harassed, if you have been abused, this time you are not going to tell somebody for the person to see your face and say, you were the fault, or it's because of your dressing, or you went to the room. Just tell it, and we'll be there to support you. So that is the app. It's on Android, it's on iOS. So if you don't have it, please, it's for everybody. It was launched last week. Yes. By the Vice Chancellor. This is the first app in all the universities. It is KNUST that has this. And so we have to be proud of what we have. And we are the number one when it comes to quality education. We are not only in the classrooms, we are not only in the lecture halls, we are not only about books. We are talking about how we can help ourselves socially. And so that when we leave KNUST, or you are in KNUST, whether a lecturer, whether administrator or student, you are in a space where you feel safe. And you can also voice out. It is giving you a voice. If you want to do audio meeting with a counselor, you can sign up, video, you can do it at any time. All the counselors have their available times. You can sign up and meet the counselor at any point in time. And so it is, and anytime I talk about this, I get passionate because the Vice Chancellor is really into this. It's really into this mental health. Because mental health is health. Whatever we are talking about is health. Mental health is health. There are so many people, they go to the hospital, they have medication, it keeps coming. It's because it's psychological, psychosomatic. There are people having body pains and all those things. It's because it's up here. And when you get mental health, it comes with no side effects. Because even paracetamol will leave something in your body. But if you have your mental health in shape, even when you are sick physically, because your psyche is strong, you get well easier. And so please, let's take note and use the app. It is for us. Yes. So at any point in time, the college counselors' numbers are there, and then the hotlines are also there. So we always send these flyers around all the time. Please take note. It is just a call. We are just a call away. If you call DOSA, you call counseling center, you call the security, you call the hospital, you are going to be supported. Don't suffer in silence if something is going on. The lecturers are with you in class. So community engagement and sensitization is also something that we can do as we are doing now. Research is very important. Research and advocacy for policy changes. As we have the policies, we need to check and see what we can do to make the change. Inclusivity, as I bring my presentation to an end, is what I am pushing for. That all of us, we should all come together. We should all come together, male, female. Think of the lady as your sister. Think of the lady as your mother, a mother-to-be. Think of that gentleman as your brother. Most of the time, we talk about it and think that it's only the women who are suffering and the men are the perpetrators. But if we are able to support the men, for them to be strong enough to be the watchers of the women, then what are we doing? We are helping all of us to come up and grow together. And that is why it's important that we look at this together. And so, Ubuntu, you are because I am. We are because you are. So nobody is in isolation. We are all together. And when we all take the charge together, we will make wherever we are a safe haven, a better place for all of us. So in conclusion, I would say that the fight against gender-based violence is not someone else's responsibility. It is our collective duty. Every person has a role to play in this fight. Whether you are a student, an educator, or a lecturer, a parent, or a community leader, there is something you can do to either empower a person or deter a perpetrator. Let's commit to build a future where our schools, our homes, and our communities are truly safe spaces and free from any act of gender-based violence. Thank you so much.
Another incredible presentation. We have some of the most amazing resources right here at KNUST, I must say. Thank you so much, Mrs. de Graft Ejay, for that amazing presentation as well. My body. My body. I'm in charge. So we're going to give you the microphones now for a few questions. You can throw it to Prof. Marian in Cancer, Prof. Azuma, Mrs. de Graft Ejay, POS. Yeah, you can also throw it to the POS crew that's here as well. I don't know if we have her still online from Amplify Change. If you have any question for her, maybe you can just text it to her and then she can come back online. So just put on your microphone if you are ready with a question about any of the presentations that has been given today. We'll just give this a few minutes. It will not take long. Then we'll have a snack and our breakout session.
Just a little disclaimer. Your human right needs to be protected and promoted. So in case you are asking a question and it's sensitive, you don't want the cameras to show, please alert us. But there are general questions, but there may be one special, peculiar issue that you don't want your face to show. Please make sure it and all cameras will come down. You take your question and that's all. So please, let's respect each other's human rights. Thank you. And those who can't ask the question too, papers will be going around. Bring it. When you write it, you will bring it. But feel free and ask questions.
All right, so as we wait for the written questions, can we have any one that is probably to the institution that will not be a little personal? Any question or any addition? Yeah, Mona Lisa. Media, can we have the mics activated, please?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Mona Lisa Frimpong. I work as a journalist, and my area of interest is in gender. So over the years, I've covered gender stories, gender-based violence, sexual harassment among even sex workers, even persons living with HIV, and talking about the key population. So one thing that I realize is when it comes to gender-based violence, it's a very sensitive topic. And as a journalist, trust is one of the essence of journalism, in the sense that most of the time, after documenting the experiences of victims or survivors, we come to institutions and they are a little hesitant with giving us information. So I want to ask, this university, KNUST, are you comfortable collaborating with the media to tell stories on gender-based violence? And then if you are, we assure you that trust is key and that confidentiality is also key. So let's see whether you are comfortable with collaborating with the media and also spotlighting, stories of survivors as well. It's all to drive awareness. Sure. So please, that's my question. Thank you.
I think this one goes directly to the director. Or three at a time. This was actually very sensitive. Please address it before we miss it.
Madam, there's a...
Thank you very much. So as an institution, because of the same confidentiality code, we are not allowed, else the trust that we even trying to build as far as getting our students comfortable to report some of these cases will be broken, even as they say, will be dead on arrival. If there's this assurance that they are going to collaborate with the media. The average person is media shy. And when it comes to something as sensitive as gender-based violence, we need to tread very cautiously. So my hindsight response will be no. But as we navigate, maybe there may be opportunities of other collaboration, not specifically putting the spotlight on individuals who have suffered or are perpetrators. But to add to that, let me put a disclaimer here on behalf of the university that Dr. Dufie's keynotes, the figures that were quoted for 2017-18 is not officially confirmed or corroborated by the university. This is an individual's data that they put there without consultation, and so we don't take ownership of that data.
Oh, thank you so much. Mona Lisa.
1 moment. So, Mona Lisa, as a media professional myself, I think that the challenge institutions, especially educational institutions, have is how our reportage is carried out. Last year, for example, if you were watching, the Alliance for Women in Media, which I'm a convener, had a training on changing the narrative. Media is supposed to be an advocacy tool. We are supposed to empathize with the survivors and then raise awareness. Unfortunately, sometimes when you hear the reportage, the survivors are being re-traumatized. I mean, if you ask the dead to say, now suicide, that's unacceptable. And then when we are talking about rape, the way we trivialize it and make fun of it, we put the survivors into trouble again. And that is why a lot of institutions do not want to cooperate with us. But if you follow other reportage where confidentiality has been assured, victims have been blocked, their faces have been blocked, and their names have been omitted, there is a lot of information, and even the police prosecutors will call individual persons from some media houses I don't want to mention, and then give them information. And so that's the kind of media responsibility that we have to carry. And I want to challenge you as a female who has taken that aspect to build a niche in there, that please go on, but employ some of these professional tactics, and you will be our voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's incredible. That's an amazing interjection. Yeah, please.
Quick one. Sorry.
Yeah, we have lots of feedback from there.
Just a quick one. You know, the reportage can be done and we can collaborate in a way, as director is saying, that to make it a general kind of. But sometimes you would have that engagement that is a general information we are discussing and all that. Before you realize the university's name is there.
Yeah.
And everybody thinks that it is.
They'll tell you the editorial policy.
You get it. So we need to respect that. And so when we sit and engage and we know what we want to do, we may be able to. But experiences have pushed us. And that is why we are going that way. So if Mona Lisa will come around, we can talk further and see.
Mona Lisa is actually at the e-learning center as well.
I know.
So.
I'm just telling her. So we can come around and discuss. But the thing is that anytime anything comes out, as director just had a disclaimer, if you are not careful, it is out there and it says that KNUST, blah, blah, blah. And that is not good for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And she definitely understands. She wears two hats. So, yeah. Okay, so we're going to take 3 questions back to back to back. We're still waiting for the written questions. Yes, we have 2 gentlemen here. Can I see a third hand? Third hand at the back. Third hand, lady at the back. Yes, please.
Okay, so good morning. I'm Ibrahim Asade, BA Sociology student, 3rd year. So my question is to Dr. Azuma, and it says, so we know there's this rising issue about different forms of sex for pleasure, different types of sex for pleasure. So what if consent is given for this hardcore sex by both parties, and in the long run, a participant gets hurt? In that instance, does that become a crime, although consent was given?
Prof. Zuma, you were the one talking about choking. Could you please answer this?
Thank you very much. He's my student too. That's how he is anyway. So, you see, sex for pleasure. Like a student said, sex with benefits. That's what they call sex with benefits. I asked one student, they have friends with benefits. And then, you see, I asked the student that he should explain that one to me. I pretended as if I don't know. So he should explain, because he had told one of my students that, oh, I'll pay your school fees, do everything, so that you'll be my friend with benefits. So I asked the student. You see, the law says that consent is not perpetual. Even though the consent is voluntary, by law, it can be withdrawn at any time. So, in the process, Oga, seek. Do you agree? Do you agree? Do you agree? Till you finish.
I think
Every stage.
His question is, if the person is hurt during the act, not as in consent, but consent has been given perpetually.
The person.
But when the person gets hurt,
there was an act. Was the hurt to be part of the sex?
Wepra.
Now, sex bank one also pra.
Oh,
but because you see, the issue is that what is the intent? Is it to harm the person?
It's for
Do you get
pleasure.
it?
No.
For
It's
pleasure.
See, right now, the generation where they have moved to,
The law is the law.
it's not easy. There's
law.
a name, I don't know, I think we shouldn't be going into this. It's explicit as well. So we can just, Lucy, yeah. I think Lucy wants to add to this.
Media Metro.
I think there are two issues which he talked about.
Yeah.
Once consent has been given to the act, it negates the criminal aspect of it. But the hurt also becomes another criminal offense which the law would deal with separately. Although it was occasioned by that act, of course, I mean, ordinarily, whatever engagement shouldn't lead to a party being hurt. So for that party to be hurt also becomes a different offense, separate from the consent which was given for that act, which the law would also deal with.
Gentlemen, don't hurt anybody. All right, second question. Can we have the second question? Yes, please. And then we'll take the third one. We have an online question as well. All right.
All right. So good morning to us all. My name is Michael, a second year BSc Statistics student. And my question also goes to Mrs. Azuma. You made mention of maybe touches after classes also as a crime and asking. Sometimes students do that, maybe hugging themselves, touching after classes as form of socialization. So do you call that one to as harassment or a crime?
All right, so we'll take the second one. Can we take the ladies' own? And then we'll take the online, and then we'll answer. Can we get the online question ready?
Good morning, everyone. Please, I'm Eunice, a first-year biological science student. Please, I want to ask that how can we create a safe space for people to share their experience, among our peers? And also, what are some of the best practices for supporting survivors of gender-based violence whilst maintaining confidentiality among our peers?
I know this one will go to Mrs. De Graft, so yeah. She's jotted that one down. Can we take the online question? Are you ready with the online question? Yeah, Judy, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Judy from Ghana, obviously. I'm calling from the University of Cambridge, and I have two questions. My first question has to do with protecting students on campus. How does the university guarantee that students are protected when we've seen instances where there have been documentaries showing that sometimes the perpetrators themselves are those in the classroom with the students, teaching them and offering that educational support? And secondly, this is quite controversial, but does the university make any provision for students who identify as LGBTQ who have gone through some sort of abuse? And what is the university's take on that? Thank you.
We'll give that one to the director. So, Prof. Azuma first, Mrs. De Graft, and then Doc will answer to Judy's. All right. Prof, the hugging, when is it not appropriate?
The issue is consent. That's why I said that sometimes I stand at the car park and then I feel like weeping. The person, if it is unwelcome by the person, is harassment. There's a very thin line. It's not everybody that would like to be touched. Do you get it? It's not everybody, because our culture, we say shake, do those things. The hugging, and it's not everybody. If the person doesn't consent to it, it's unwelcome, and it is simplicity, harassment. So you have to be very careful. Just put your hands behind your heads. Just stop touching, and then you are free. Because the line is very, very slim, and it's a misdemeanor. Misdemeanor is 6 months to 3 years.
Thank you so much. So, Mrs. De Graft, support for victims and what we can do to protect the identity, I think.
Yeah, so how to create safe space for peers and then protecting students on campus within the classrooms as well. It's a bit closer to what our sister asked online. So it starts with the awareness. You building yourself in knowing what is there for you. The university has already given you all that it takes, from policy to the various offices. DOSA is there. We have off-campus tutors. The counselors are there in the colleges. the counselors are also attached to the halls. So every hall has a counselor as a fellow there. And we are also online giving the information. So awareness is one. And then we need to assure you in the sense that all the people that are giving the services are people that have been trained. We have skilled helpers who are staff. They are giving skills to identify and to be able to give first aid and to refer to us. Then we have peer counselors. They are in the classrooms. They are also people given some kind of training, and they are giving capacity building all the time. And so it is about you stepping out. The point is that the university is there. Cameras are all over supporting you. If there's anything that you feel uncomfortable of, please walk and talk to somebody. If it is, as our sister said, if it's somebody that you are not comfortable to talk with, if the person is in class and you feel that you are not so comfortable, don't do it. Come around. The counselors are there. The officers are there. Exam officers are there. We train them. The hall assistant. Most of the people are giving the training. And I don't think that when you go and approach someone of such caliber, you are going to have anything to worry about. So the environment is safe for you to report. It is starting with the reporting. Once you report, then you are assured of the support. But if you don't report and you suffer in silence, you will not know whether you are suffering. And again, the confidentiality. Confidentiality. We've said it over and over. We assure you, even at the counseling center, we have clinical psychologists, we have counseling psychologists, we have health psychologists, and our training is such that you are given subjective and tailor-made support. And so feel assured. Trust is assured. Confidentiality is assured. Please, it starts with you opening up. That is all we need. And sometimes we can even identify that you may be going through something. But when we come around, the involuntary clients, you don't just want to open up. Please, it starts from that. And let's all be our brother's keeper. In our classrooms, in our hostels, in our rooms. Let's be watching. And as we said, when you see something, say something. Don't say it, but get to somebody that you can confide in, and the person will take the initiative. There are times that you may not be able to speak with the person, but when you prompt us, we know how, the skill to get to the person and give the support. So confidentiality, trust is assured. Thank you.
And the counseling center have got various numbers as well that you can access.
Exactly.
You don't need to do it physically. You can also do it. All right. So we have another counselor here who would want to add something quick to.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add what my head has said, because he asked about peers. We have peer counselors as well, who are trained by the center, and they are in the various lecture rooms, in the halls with them. It's a very structured program, and the peers can confide in them. They wear T-shirts, they wear a branded cloth, and they are amongst them throughout as they are, everywhere. They have times they visit their halls. There are times they go to the classrooms to create awareness, as the head has mentioned. They have meetings, they visit the hospitals. It's a very structured program. So you will see a peer counselor in their red T-shirts or in the counseling center's branded cloth. These are peers trained. They are para-counselors, we call them so. They are skilled enough to detect, identify, and refer. That's the crux of their activities. And what is above them, beyond them, they refer to us, and then we take them over. So there's a lot of trust, there's a lot of support in the system. Let's make use of them, and we'll be safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With respect to support for students, I think that you need to come to a place and do a lot of unlearning, because our society has taught us so many things that are negative. And so sometimes, in spite of all these support systems, we still do not want to use them. And unless we test the system, we'd never know what is there for us, okay? And so I want to urge all of you. Now, the other reason why you may not, most of the time, hear of issues that have been addressed is the issue of confidentiality. In this issue and in this space, issues of confidentiality are very, very important. And so there are people who have been penalized by the system but you will not hear them. And so you keep going about and thinking that even if I report, nothing will happen. A lot of things are happening. A lot of things are happening. If for nothing at all, take the case of University of Ghana, which published some incident about, and it wasn't a very current or recent something that had been done. The process had gone on for a long time, but the system was just fed up. And so it definitely had to publish something. And so what we want to encourage you is use the system. I mean, I'm impressed to hear of peer counselors visibly being identified. I'm not sure we've heard it anywhere we've gone to know. And that's why I'm saying that KNUST has, I mean, it sets the bar. Frankly, it sets the bar. With this app and other things, I'm just crazy.
Just before Prof, we are going through all the universities. This one, we see something, but we don't want to say something. We don't want to discriminate against others, but we are highly impressed. We are highly, highly impressed. That is all I can say. And you understand it better.
Yeah.
And you know something? This project we are handling is the baby of the lady who spoke, who worked with us, and now at Cambridge University, fully funded over there. A baby or a lady to doctor. We came to have a seminar here like that, and then we were able to. So young people, you see, she was able to conceptualize this together with my team, and then she got this done, and we are all benefiting. So from KNUST, today it seems you are doing me more magic, like they will say.
Yeah.
I'm loving everything that I'm seeing here. But just to add, in terms of the app, it's also an innovation that we are trying to also push to the other universities because we are so much interested. We are likely to bring the counselor, the gender person, and other women commissioner, about 3 or 4 people from all the universities to Accra for a residential one, so that we look at the benefits we can get from other universities and what are the gaps within your policy. So we are extremely happy that you set the tone for us, and then we will be able to do this.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
So I was just prompted that you pay for the intellectual property if you want to
I
use
know,
it.
I was going to say, well, it would come at a cost, but we are ready for the collaboration.
Yes. You've actually taken the wind out of my sail in terms of the trust. Trust. We have all these interventions, but there's a little bit of mistrust, maybe misconception, conspiracy theory, on the part where she said some of the perpetrators are in the classroom. And it looks as if nothing is done to them. If you trust the system and you report, we have senior member disciplinary committee on campus. And there you will see lecturers kneeling and crying and begging. So it's not like they get away with it. But if you don't report, what will be the basis? What will be the basis for dragging someone to the disciplinary committee? So trust the system. And when it comes to your confidentiality, none of us, sometimes you, the young ones, will rather tell your friends, and then they tell another friend, and then another friend. Some even go to the court or social media before they come to us. So when that happens, then you don't blame the system. When you got the information and we receive it, be 100% assured that your information is protected. On the issue of LGBTQ, we work under the laws of Ghana. So as long as Ghana has not given provision for such, we cannot, I wanted to pontificate anything in favor of that. But what we can say is that they are human beings too. They have rights. So all rights that are applicable to human beings are applicable. And if you find yourself in the LGBTQ fraternity and you are being abused, you will be rescued on the basis of you being a human being who has been abused. And I think that is fair. Yeah.
All right, so we have our security head here. Very good intervention, Auntie Millie. Please go ahead.
I want to talk about the confidentiality. I'm from the security setup, and we have a unit, investigation unit. So when you report your cases, it's not like the entire university or the entire security is going to deal with your cases. We have a small unit with all manner of people in there. If I say all manner of people, we have the police, investigators, some people from BNI,
lawyers and all that. So we are not going to mention your name or put your name out there. We are going to keep everything within our setup. And even when we are reporting to the authorities, we know where and how it should go. So the confidentiality, you are sure that no one will send your messages or your reports outside. And even when we get to the courts, we'll follow you there. If there's the need to bring the case back, the judge will call us quietly, and we know how to do it. Bring it back. We deal with it here, or that's where we set the committee, and then we do it even behind closed doors. Because the violent cases, we don't normally hear it within the entire court, open court. It's behind closed doors. That's tribunal, chamber, or the office of the judge. So everything about confidentiality, you are assured.
Well, thank you very much. Any more questions?
Yeah, a quick one to add to.
Can we have the microphone? We're still having feedback.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah, so on the LGBTQ or whatever, the idea is that if you are in such a situation and you want help or you need help, the counselors are there to support you. So it's not about the other aspect, but you are there and you are not okay. You know you seek help. You are suffering. Please come out and let's help you so that you don't get yourself into any uncomfortable situation. And again, with the support, there have been times that we've gone to court with people. And so when, for instance, I'll go with my national service persons who are also ladies, about 2 of them. And 3 of us or 4 of us are working. Nobody gets to know that this is the person who was raped or was sexually abused. And as Auntie Millie said, it will be in the chamber of the judge. So all these things are there to provide the necessary support. The only thing is for you to come out and then test the system to see. We give you confidentiality and trust. Thank you.
We're about to have our breakout session. Yes, can we have Lucy? Lucy wants to add something quick. We can have all these discussion in our breakout session, I think.
Okay. Just a little addition on the question the lady asked online about abuse in the lecture room. Obviously, I mean, she was talking about abuse that is perpetrated by lecturers.
Yeah.
Prof has mentioned it. I've had the opportunity to be on the senior member disciplinary committee. And most students, we realize, do not report because they are afraid of being victimized. And that is the last thing. Because the first thing the person is told is that don't go near this person again and make sure you don't victimize the person. And usually to me, I feel that it even gives the student an advantage because the lecturer is afraid. Even if the person genuinely fails, you are afraid to put the mark there because you feel you will be said to have victimized the person. And we put in measures to ensure that the person is disciplined, or the person, yes, and usually, I mean, they are all human beings. Our lecturers are human beings. And for a student to report you that, to be bold enough to report you that you've done ABC, and for you to be brought before your peers, the humiliation and everything, I mean, that alone, it's so let's report. And I mean, when we do so, and they are brought before the disciplinary committee, at the end of the day, we may not go out and announce their sanctions. But for you, I'm sure when you see the person, when you see that lecturer, you will know that something has taken place. So let's report. Don't be afraid of being victimized. The lecturer can never victimize you. The systems are there to protect you. And so let's follow the systems and get the necessary protection.
Thank you so much. And coming from her, head of academic affairs, so it's coming from a very good place of knowledge, yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that, yes, the wheel of justice grinds slowly, but it works. Because I've had students that I know, that were engaged in, somebody was like, somebody came and said, Doc, you know students, they can tell lies. And this, and this. You raped the girl. You did everything. So when he finished his story, he said, oh, and then you pushed the girl's boyfriend, new boyfriend. I said, look, you know what? I'll make sure you go home. I'll make sure you go home. Because what you did was not right. You say you are teaching the student. And you are teaching the student and you rape the student. You go home. And the person went home for rustication, 2 years. So when he came, his colleagues had completed. Somebody assaulted somebody. Male assaulted a female. And then the father called in the night. Why? Because the brother had come to visit the person. The lady went through and said, oh, when they call you for disciplinary committee, go. The guy had been rusticated. So don't think that, and we can give you instances. The wheel of justice grinds slowly. And the issue is that evidence is the game. When they are coming, they come with their lawyers, and you see the impunity. And those are the things that I cannot tolerate. You see the impunity that they come with. But you should be bold. Let us preserve the evidence, because evidence is the game. The university themselves have their process. They need evidence. The police need evidence to go to court. But the issue is that the court has prosecuted some of them. The issue is that this boy like this that I said that defiled the sister, he's locked up. I don't know when he'll come back. Do you get it? Because the girl is dead. The small girl is dead. Meda. Do you get it? So whether he'll come back in 25 years, I don't know. They gave him for some 14 years. Nice one. Do you get it? So don't say that as for them, don't do anything. They'll do something. No. It is a gradual process. Just talk to somebody.
Thank you so much, Prof. I have a question from Adai Sewa Ruth. Reading BA French and Francophone Studies, I've also noted, I'm just reading what she has. I've noticed that sexual abuses go on in our shuttles, especially the green ones. It goes on when the shuttle is somehow overloaded. I think there's a need to create awareness on this issue and find a way to prevent it. I can hear the students murmuring. Is there anybody? It's true. In the shuttle, the green ones. Is it like because it's dark? Because it's packed, fully loaded. Director has heard and will work in collaboration with the transport service and will find a solution to it. I think it's something that we need to address, and it won't be today, but the director has noted it down. As we said, now it has been brought to our attention. So there's a second one, sorry. What efforts are being put forward to ensure that aid avenues are made known to students, because today is my first time hearing of some of the awareness. And you joined the institution 2 years ago. You have not been attending a lot of programs, I must say, because online, on our website, on our LED, posters, podcasts, e-learning during our orientations, Even when the Vice Chancellor is giving her address during graduation, it's all part of it.
Moderator, unfortunately, what we have also learnt and found out in dealing with the Gen Z, yeah? Gen Z, are you around? Oh, give me some hype. Give me some hype. Gen Z, yes, Gen Z doesn't read. We only want flyers and posters, right?
We have been sharing flyers.
Yes, that's all we want. And so that's, you would be surprised. It doesn't matter even if you give us the policy. We are not reading.
Yeah.
We are not listening. We're only interested in our IG, where we are seeing the latest hip. That's an issue, Gen
But
Z.
today is your day of salvation. Hallelujah.
Amen.
You have heard about it today. So please,
Anita,
get more information.
just a quick one. You know, every student also has the Vodafone number. You are not using it. Because it's free, you have data, everything. And we'll send the information to you just at a click. But you're also not using it. So please, we'll meet you there in your space. But try to, even if it's a poster, some people don't even read it. You don't even look at it. Please, when we get to you in your space, now we have the app. Go there. There are so many things there. Check there and reach out to us. And I'm sure that is also going to help. And let's also share the information amongst our colleagues. As you've mentioned, this is the first time you are hearing this, so kindly send the news. Thank you.
Oh, I know we have a lot of questions. If we go on with these questions, we'll never have the breakout session.
I want the head of KCC to add other things they do, like the psychosocial education, outside the freshers orientation that we do.
Okay.
And every joint service we do on a monthly basis. When DOSA goes there, we announce these hotlines. We talk about taking care of yourself. In a normal progression, some will fall through the cracks. So I think she's one of those who was about falling into the cracks, but we have rescued today.
Amen.
And we hope that more people will be rescued through this intervention.
Yes. All right. Madam, should we take any more, or we should go for the breakout? Yes. So we'll have our snack very quick. I think we're running a little behind schedule, so we'll give 10 minutes for our snack break, and then So let's take the group photograph first, outside. We'll take it outside. Our group photograph, we'll have our snacks. Then please return and let's have the breakout session. While we're having the breakout in the syndicate room 1 and then here 2. Professor Zuma, could you please go through the topics because my phone is away from me. Yes. Prof, could you get a mic and announce the...
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in discussing further any of the topics, that's from Dr. Zuma and then Mrs. de Graft, because she is an interested party. I didn't want her to be the one to announce this. If you are interested in digesting further questions and discussions on the first keynote, Dr. Zuma, please remain here after the snack break. If you are interested in Mrs. de Graaf's topic and digesting it further, asking questions, and then being part of the information that will come out as the communique from this gathering, please move to the room next to us on my right, the syndicate room on my right. So now we move out and take the group photograph, a little snack, make sure you take water, and then we go into breakout. Thank you. Please don't leave.
Thank you, madam. All right, let's quickly go for the breakout. Sorry, group photograph first, please.
Olúwa tóbi ní Síónì. Ó sì jọba lórí orílẹ̀-èdè. Jẹ́ kí wọ́n yin orúkọ rẹ tí ó tóbi tí ó sì ní ẹ̀rù. Ẹni pé gbogbo ayé ń wá ní orúkọ rẹ, wọ́n ń kọrin. Ẹni tó bí tó Jésù. Àní Olúwa tóbi ní Síónì. Ó sì jọba ní orílẹ̀-èdè. Jẹ́ kí wọ́n yin orúkọ rẹ tí ó tóbi tí ó sì lẹ́rù. Shout hallelujah. Torí gbogbo ayé ń wá ní orúkọ rẹ, wọ́n ń kọrin yẹ. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Àwọn ọ̀run náà ń ṣẹlẹ̀, wọ́n forí balẹ̀ níwájú ìtẹ́ rẹ o. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Wọ́n ní ẹni tóbi tó Olúwa wa o. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Wọ́n ní ẹni tóbi tó Olúwa wa o. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Àwọn ní gbogbo ayé wá ìyó ní orúkọ rẹ, wọ́n ń kọrin yé. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Àwọn ọ̀run náà ń ṣẹlẹ̀, wọ́n forí balẹ̀ níwájú ìtẹ́ rẹ o. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Wọ́n ní ẹni tóbi tó Olúwa wa o. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Wọ́n ní ẹni tóbi tó Olúwa wa o. Ẹni tóbi tó Jésù. Àwọn òfin ńlá ńlá wọ́n forí balẹ̀ torí ìwọ ní ògo àti ọlá. Let me teach you the Zumba dance. Somebody shout hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. 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 Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Rakeba sote kariaba sote maniaba rasakaya. Rede bagaya bakosa sente mania shatoza. Ramadaria sote marika sote riaba tosha teya. Rede bagaya zata kanda barosa. Rede rede bagaya barosa. Rambadeya rababosa tiana. Rede bagaya barosa. Rambalala. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. Olúwa tóbi ní Síónì, ó sì jọba lórí orílẹ̀-èdè. Jẹ́ kí wọ́n yin orúkọ rẹ tí ó tóbi tí ó sì ní ẹ̀rù. Ẹni pé gbogbo ayé ń wá ní orúkọ rẹ, wọ́n ń kọrin. Ẹni tó bí tó Jésù. Méjì ọ̀pá. Àní Olúwa tóbi ní Síónì, ó sì jọba ní orílẹ̀-èdè. Jẹ́ kí wọ́n yin orúkọ rẹ tí ó tóbi tí ó sì lẹ́rù. Shout hallelujah. Torí gbogbo ayé ń wá ní orúkọ rẹ.
So we'll start in a few minutes and then forwarding it. No, we are here. Okay.
We'll be with you in a jiffy. So this breakout session is supposed to be looking at or discussing questions from the topic gender-based violence and sexual harassment policy, education and awareness. So we know that KNUST has a policy on gender-based violence. Now, what is the policy? What is in it? What is your role or your responsibility? How can you access it? It's just a discussion. And so some issues will be raised. You ask questions just like we had before we went on the break. If you have any questions, but what we are doing is we want to limit ourselves to the issue of gender-based violence and sexual harassment policy here. And so if there are any things you know, anything you don't know, you would like to know, and that's why you have your lecturers here or your senior members here. I am only a visitor. So they will actually be answering your specific questions, but we're working together. So basically, that is what it's supposed to be. Okay, my name is Mercy C. Ajabing, and you know that I'm with the PAUSE Foundation. I would let them introduce themselves. I wouldn't dare do that.
Thank you very much. Dr. David Azanu, a lecturer at Environmental Science Department. So I'm here to help.
I'm Millicent Usunyako, Deputy Head of Security.
And Millicent will. So essentially, as far as the policy is concerned, we are looking at issues like the key elements of an effective gender-based violence and sexual harassment policy. All right? So when we say KNUST has a gender-based violence and sexual harassment policy, what does it mean? What does it contain? And so these are the things we'll be talking about. And if there are any things you also want to find out or expect to be in the policy, which eventually is supposed to create a very conducive learning atmosphere for both the students and the other members of the university community. I'm saying that because I don't want us to restrict ourselves to lecturers. The university is not made up of only lecturers. When Prof was speaking and talking about the various policies of various departments, you heard there's a security, there's a student section, there is a domestic aspect, there's a medical aspect. And so when we talk about the gender-based policy for the school, what are some of the things that are contained in there, or what are some of the things that it has in order to give that protection. So just get your questions together as Doc can give us some information about that. So while you download, if anybody has downloaded already, or if anybody has already gone through it, or maybe you have some questions based on the discussions that we had earlier, please go ahead. Madame is also here. She'll be helping us. So maybe you want to, say something. Sorry.
All right. Yes, thank you very much. So I happen to be among the team that is supposed to disseminate the policy documents. I think one unique thing about the KNUST policies is the fact that we separate the various issues. So KNUST has a policy on gender, it has a policy on sexual harassment, it has a policy on equality and diversity. And then, of course, you have a policy on disability. And these four is among the over 40 policies that the university has created. And this is all in an attempt to make the environment where we are studying and working and living a safe place for us. And I was telling Esquire that today I was very excited when she was actually presenting the anti-sexual harassment policy document, and you could see the passion with which she was speaking because she had drafted it. So when you go out to disseminate, you see you are carrying the information somebody has drafted. And so there are several challenges that you meet as somebody who is disseminating it. One of the issues is the fact that even the people you are sharing the information with, they think that you have put yourself in a position to witch hunt. And so immediately you get up. So I was telling her, she says that you don't know what I faced when I was drafting it. You see, you are in a position where you wish that people get the information. But if you don't put yourself in the right manner, it's actually deterred people from taking the information in the first place. And so it is there on the KNUST website, for example, the anti-sexual harassment policy, the gender policy, and then the equality and diversity. It's so clear that the university has set out to protect the people on the university campus. And so you have specific places where you need to report your issues. Each one of them says that even when you had reported to DOSA works with the VC directly and set up a committee. And they indicate very well the various sections. So, for example, if you're a student, we have a bit for students, we have for staff, we have ensuring that we increase the number of, for example, females as leadership, as staff, and these are targeted efforts that the university has put in place to support us. And so I think that the first thing for us is to get a document, and I'm happy that we are making this so practical. So right now in this auditorium, everybody is downloading it, so that at least we have an idea what, and it's not much, just about 24, 48 maximum pages, and it's straightforward, so that we know what is there, and then we know which places we can, take our issues to when we have problems. And I tell people when you go out and they're asking you questions, how do you protect the person who is reporting? And I'm like, if you are here, you cannot trust your HOD. If you're a student, you cannot trust DOSA. You cannot trust counseling. You cannot trust, then why are you here? Then you don't need to be here at all. And so I think that this is a very good initiative that we should all get ourselves involved. And then now that we are downloading, I think it's better I keep quiet and then they bring the questions and then we discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you going to give us some elements, like what it contains or why the policy? Because we have been made aware that it's not only one document, there are various policies for various issues. That's what I want us to get. We have various policies for, thank you so much, for various issues. So we have the sexual harassment policy, we have the gender policy, and then we have, so when we are talking about sexual harassment, there's a whole policy on that. When we're talking about gender, there's a whole policy on that. And so it is specific, it is targeted, and it is intentional. That's what I need us to know. And this should help us to build trust and confidence in the system. It doesn't matter what is available in the system. If you don't have trust and confidence in it, it will not work for you. So, Esquire, would you give us a few things about the policy? Maybe one or two things. I don't want to say a brief, but some of the things that it touches, unless Doc also wants to say something about it, then we would welcome the questions, because as the questions come, they will help, and the answers are provided, they would help, they would help us get a better understanding. So should we just briefly tell us what it touches on, and then we have that discussion. We want it to be a full discussion. And may we acknowledge Father. Father has joined us.
Thank you very much. The KNUST anti-sexual harassment policy, what it does is to protect each and every one. To the aim also is to provide zero tolerance for intimidation, discrimination, harassment, gender-based violence. And like I said, it's also to create a secured and safe learning, studying, working, and living environment. So you have studying, working, learning, right? Environment for everyone. So that has been lifted into the student guide. So when you go into the student guide, you also have the Appendix 11, Appendix L. That is at page 188, right? So it breaks them down and gives the explanation. You have the new student guide that has been reviewed. Because of this, the old one had to be reviewed so that it includes a lot of things in it. So it defines what the harassment is. And I like the Vice Chancellor's notes and his forward, his notes and everything. That actually shows that they are not going to tolerate any form of violence. So that how can we also provide that same safe environment? What can we do? Right? It's saying that what can we do as students, as workers? And it looks at all stakeholders. So those who are selling, even on campus, contractors, everyone. The moment you have any exchange or have any partnership with the university, you are covered by the law. You are covered by the policy. So it is not only for students and lecturers. It is for the worker who is grading or weeding, the security person, the watch seller, the incatia seller, the contractors who are building, and even foreign organizations who deal with the university. Because they also want to know how safe is it for them to be able to work with the university. So MasterCard, all the different, those who give us scholarships, all of them, the policies are there to protect all of them. That is the gist of the policy.
Thank you very much. let's give her a hand. Doc is going to make an intervention, but if you have downloaded or if you haven't, the table of contents alone says a lot. The introduction, objective of the policy, definitions, application, or the scope. But what I am excited about is at the section 3 or chapter 3, 3.0, implementation of the policy. And then under the implementation of a policy, it has anti-sexual harassment committee. Now this committee, if you look at all the people there, representative of the law faculty, representative of the counseling center, all of them, but the sit point is very exciting. It is representative of the students' representative council. Sometimes students or young people think that a law has been made, we are not part of it, they are just pushing it down our throat. But that is not what this policy is. There is a rep of the SRC on the committee that works. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so this person carries the voices or the issues of the students, asks questions on behalf of the students, or is there as a representative. So what it means is that you as a student, you are there because your representative is there. Of course, all of you can't be there. It's just like being in parliament. And so this is what I want you to have in mind as you ask questions or as you make interventions. How can you make this policy useful, helpful? What can you do and all that? So, Doc, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll open the floor. Let them ask questions concerning the elements if they have anything to ask. And
so we open to questions. Anybody has a question, please ask. So this is not an examination.
or the first thing, are you able to download? If you have downloaded, let's wave and let's know you are able to download. Yeah.
I am also having a gender policy here. And the objectives are many, but we'll just talk about a few. And it's all about discrimination. And if we talk about discrimination, it's not just like denying female of any rights. It's about engagement of female in all other activities that we have on campus here. That's enrollment, as in admissions, your hall admissions or facilities, and then your service work, your academic work, and even employment and all that. And you can use myself as an example. KNUST is never biased. You can ask yourself, security work is always for men. Why will you say that? We have female students here. So why can't we engage female guards or female security officers? So that if you have your examination or you are in the examination hall and you want to visit the washroom, will you go with the male security officer? The female student, will you go with the male security officer? It is no. So the policy is all about equality and everything about what a woman or a female student or workers should also enjoy on campus. Their rights as they belong to the university community. So this is all about the gender policies. So you can also ask us questions on that so that we all discuss how we all get into one piece. And then the gender too, it will not always talk about female, female, female. We also look at the rights of male. What we do against your rights or your freedoms, you can also bring them out so that going forward, we all correct and get into a level or one piece. Thank you so much.
So if you have downloaded the document and you've read something and you need any clarification, you can show by hand. important that we read. It's very, very, so that you know what is there for you. Because the document is there for you. Every provision in the document is to help you. If you are here for 4 years, it should help you for the 4 years. If you are here for 6 years, and so on. And so please, be interactive.
Or even if you haven't finished downloading, probably you don't have data, don't be ashamed of it. But then you have questions. Still ask, because this is what it's supposed to be. Why do we need, what do you call it? And then,
There's a hand here.
okay. You can even tell us what you think can be done to make more people understand or know about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Greetings, beloved ones. I'm in the person of Ojaba KJS Richmond, the Construction Technology and Management Student Society president. I wanted to ask this question earlier, so I think this is a good opportunity for me to ask. Are we, the student leaders, because of the rapport that we've created with the students, most of them come to us and tell us such stories. But immediately you tell them to go see a counselor, they will tell you a big no. And they are going to add this. I'm speaking from experience. They are going to add this. You know I trust you. That's why I said this to you. Don't tell anyone. And I tried with one lady. I think I forwarded the issue to the examination officer. And that was all. Now she doesn't talk to me anymore as a student leader. If she's having a problem, I can see that she's going through a lot, but she doesn't open up to us. So what should we do as student leaders in this situation? Thank you.
Our student leaders, and here you are the mediators. So I will say that you did not handle the case properly. He is trusting you so that he's telling you all his or her story. You have to go with her. Don't direct that go here, or you are forwarding the case to somebody else. How is the person going to take it? The interpretation will be different. So you have to sit the person down, have a consoled message for the person, calm him down or her down, and then you tell her that there are support systems in place. So this is where I want us to channel our support or get our support from, so that you talk to a counselor and then you see, because faculties, you have faculty counselors and you have your peer counselors too. So if he or she is comfortable with the faculty counselor, fine. Else you move to DOSA and you get to the main counseling unit, and then you tell them, and then they will take up the case and deal with it. So students, leaders, when you get the cases and you don't know how to manage them, you talk to the counselors and they will give you the steps or the procedure on how to handle the case. Don't tell any other person.
Yes, I think I want to add to what Madam just said. That is very true. So when you get, in fact, you are the immediate contacts of all students. The student leader is the immediate contact. It means that you, as an immediate contact, you also need to know the appropriate offices to channel your issues to. The understanding is that if you have exam issues, exam malpractice, something concerning exam, the first person you contact is your HOD through to the exams officer. So, for example, college exams officer. Or you go to the college exams officer, you come to your HOD. That is with exams issues. You see, sexual harassment, gender biases, violence is critical, and it has got a lot of legalities. One of the things that made me enjoy today's session is the fact that we had lawyers, the authorities speaking to the issues. It has a lot of legalities. And our system or society is such that if Dr. Azanu is my friend, and I hear something about Dr. Azanu, the first thing is, hey, Azanu, That's the first thing we do. And so if it's not the office who is interested in his or her office, and so protecting the image of the university, whatever you say, you have just thrown everything into the air. And so we need, that's why I think in the wisdom of the management of the university, decided to have counseling units in the various faculties or colleges. So if going from probably, you are at Kabi, moving from Kabi to Dosa is difficult for you, at least you have somebody in Kabi you could talk to. So that is the first thing that you do. The second thing is that, so you go and talk to the person in charge. Then you come and talk without mentioning your colleague's name or saying that it's so and so and so, because it's very, very, identity is also another issue. So you could go and speak, okay, there's a colleague who is going through this. Should I come with her? Should I give your contact to her so that she follow? So, and the counselors are very smart. They will show you the way around it. From there, then you can come back to your colleague and speak with her. In fact, if she says no, you cannot go ahead. One of the things that we spoke about here is the fact that consent is what is the issue we are looking for. So if I say no, it means no. But if I say yes, then it means that you can go ahead because of the legalities in this. And so I think that is the two things I would suggest you could do in moving forward. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, yes, what it means is that both student leaders and students, we all have a serious responsibility. Because if the person says no, you can't progress, but you keep seeing the person suffering. You understand what we are saying? Somebody has gone through something, the person has told you, you want the person to seek help, the person doesn't want to seek help. So immediately you realize that this one is above me. What do I do? So you, the student, or you, the leader, you need help here. You understand what I'm saying? Because ultimately, we want to provide help, but we cannot force the help. Otherwise, the help we want to provide will just be distorted. It's just like handling a rape case. You go heaven and earth, and then the survivor tells you that, I don't want to press any charges anymore. Hey, ya papa. You are moving heaven and earth, trying to get everything. And the day that you probably have to show up in court, you go and then the family is telling you that, madam, we don't want to press it. But this is not right. It cannot be settled at home. It is a criminal offense. So you would need a lot of help. Let me say, help yourself in order to know how to handle it. Do we understand? And so all of us are in it some. We all need that help to know how to progress. Any other submission, any other question, unless maybe Prof wants to.
So, good afternoon. My name is Kuki Benjamin. I'm a second-year pharmacy student, and I'm also a student leader. So my question is, I've been in KNUST for like 2 years now, and I've seen once posting of maybe punishment meted out to students. I've seen only one case of punishment meted out to students. And I believe that the reason why most people don't show up with this kind of issue is that the first one is confidentiality, which you've spoken about. The second one is also the failure of the counseling unit to bring out students who have been reported and punished. I think that if you are able to actually bring out cases and then punishment that has been meted out to students who engage themselves in these activities, is going to deter, let me see, the boys from doing that to the girls, and also going to motivate other people to show up in case they face this challenge. That's what I think.
Your name again? Benjamin. When you go around, read, especially on DOSA notice board. Go there and read from the board. I am a member of junior members disciplinary committee, and we do most of your cases. Everything that will come out from it, they paste it on your board. When we are doing the cases, we say confidentiality. But when the outcome is ready, we don't keep it. They keep it there. We always send it there. And even your cases, when we receive them, I told you with the confidentiality is there. Maybe if we have to keep the name, we keep the name and the addresses, but the case will be reported. You get it? We will report the case and it will go to the appropriate quarters. So you cannot say that we don't take much attention in all those things. We do it. And when we punish, we paste them at the notice board. So read around, you get them. Or get to SRC. Because on the committee, the SRC have reps there. So they also know the outcome. So when you get to them, you know the outcome. We punish them.
I think that, you see, when we were having our discussions, we said that there are a lot of things we have to unlearn. Unlearning means that there are certain things you may have known, either by your upbringing or by our socialization, which are not necessarily right. And so we have to throw those things away. One of those things we need to unlearn is our notion of punishment. We think that when people are punished, they should be dragged through town, shamed, for everybody to say that this person has been shamed. But the real essence of punishment in a learning institution or even in our everyday life is for restitution, for people to be corrected. The Christian way will tell you for people to repent. You understand? And so, yes, there is confidentiality, but when cases are settled and people are punished, like she's saying, it is made public to an extent, but at the place that is relevant, and that is the DOSA. Please, are you listening? Because the case goes there for settlement, for restitution, and then for the person who has suffered to be helped to be reintegrated. But our notion, and I'm saying this because when you go to our prisons, our notion of putting people there is to punish you, let you know that Ochinasu tomorrow. But when you find out about prisons outside or in other jurisdictions, you say, hey, na prison or Mushe TV, prison is not supposed to break somebody. Please, do you understand? It's the same way the work of the counseling unit and other things are. It is to punish or reprimand the person who has gone wrong, help or support the person who has suffered to come back to life or come back to be a normal person, and then the information made public for the relevant community. Please, let's get that, relevant. And so DOSA will put it there. DOSA will not come and put it on the KNUST website. Please, do you understand? Because the website is public. But ultimately, the person who has been punished, the person who is being helped to be restored, and the entire school community is being corrected in dignity. Please, do we understand? And that is where the human rights and dignity issues come up. So they do punish. They do reprimand people. They sanction people. The only thing is that they will not take, this is our life now, everything is selfie or video. They won't take the video of the senior member crying and come and put it there. Everybody see that you are rejoicing. No. So if we have that expectation, we will always be disappointed. And so you as student leaders, or even those who are not leaders, must be able to carry out that good news. Please, do you understand what I'm saying? I haven't been bribed by anybody in the institution, but that is the normal procedure. Doc, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think you have said it right. That's normal procedure. What I want to say is that, see, the punishment comes in different forms. So if it calls for rustication, it calls for, I know you might have seen the billboard that you put some names out there that these people, look, the extent of the crime or the acts committed also depend on the kind of punishment to be meted to, and also how to report that punishment. So some, it may be warning, some it may be sacked for for a semester, not be around. You may not know, you may not see, but that have taken place. If it requires that the persons be published or the names of the persons should be published, it will be done. So the levels also differ. My colleague, I want to tell you something. I feel you have an urge to help, and that calls for you to also be interested in peer counseling. Have you joined a peer counseling? No, it's something. See, it's a training. You get the training, and no, you can't do it all as a peer counselor. You have to also know how to refer the cases to the professional counsels to handle it. So that's one key thing. So you meet the person, you encourage, you do all the first aid, thing that you can do, then you refer. It's very, very important. You refer. You talk to the person that you have to refer the case to be able to get, a good treatment and to go through the process for the healing. And that's what I will say. Thank you.
So we are still on you. You are with your colleagues. How do you think we can, first of all, make them aware of the situation and how to reach them and get them to come to either DOSA or any of the units, please?
Okay. I'm a person of AJ Christian, a third year mathematics student, and I'm a peer counselor. What I wanted to add to is, I wanted you to encourage your peers to confront peer counselors. Give your, let's say, everything that they are going through, they should address it to us. We know how to solve it. We know how to go about it. And we know how to refer cases to counselors too. So in case there is anything going on, you are the ones closer to them. It's not everything that a peer counselor will know. So you are the one closer to them. So if you, let's say, you've seen or you encounter maybe a friend going through any situations or let's say any problems, just find a way to talk to a peer counselor or a counselor so that we will know how to go about it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and is there anybody who also wants to share an experience? We just want to have this interaction so that we know how to even implement this policy. Please. Please, was your hand up? Okay, please, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to address the gentleman issue because I'm a counselor. Yes, at the counseling center, because of the nature of the work that we do there as professionals, if somebody brings an issue to you, you can't just get up and go and report. We are not disciplinarians. We reform. That's why even the disciplinary committee, we don't have a counselor there. But if they discipline you, they give you the punishment, and there's a need for you to come to the counselor for counseling, the Directorate of Students Affairs will bring such students to us. But we are not part of the disciplinary committee. If you come to us with an issue, we don't just get up and go and report your issue because of the confidentiality issue. Other than that, no student will be willing to come to our center. So we don't do that. Then coming to, I think Doc even addressed part of your question. The punishment are in different categories. Some are reprimand, some you have to sign a bond of to be a good behavior and those sort of things. Recently, I saw the university put out a notice where some past students were put as personal non grata. That's why they can't even come to KNUST campus here. So it's part of the punishment. Just that a lot of the issues that happen, you don't get the information. So if you come to DOSA, these things are posted or pasted on the notice board where you can read and know the extent of punishment that are given to students. Thank you. Please let me just address your issue too. If you want to refer somebody to the counselors and you don't know how to go about it, you yourself, you need some education or some empowerment. In counseling, we have what we call persuasive counseling. Sometimes I have to take a student or work with somebody around the DOSA environment. It's about trust. If the person doesn't trust you, he tells you what is happening before you realize, maybe in social media and other places. That's why sometimes students find it difficult to convince their colleagues to do what, to come there. So if you are facing such challenge, you see that there's somebody you actually want to help, please speak to the professional. He will know how to do what, to give you some tips. Sometimes it takes friends, it takes even family members, parents, and other people to persuade the person to come to what, the counseling center for assistance. But if you want to do it on your own, the person will never open up to you because of the confidentiality issue. Thank you.
And please, I want to add this. If you are saying that let's look at how best we can let our people know or get information on this gender or violence issues, one thing is about education and then the awareness and all that. And this is what we are doing here. But for students, I know that you will not come. Always when we are doing some of these things, you don't come. But if I were you students, I'll use this year as my advising year, that somebody even died out of gender violence. So tell your friend, and a friend to tell a friend, and call somebody, and come with somebody. And even if you are not doing that, will you say that flyers? Now we are dealing with paperless environment. So flyers too, when we give you, you won't use it. You won't read it. And we can paste them around too. So use your social media space. Use it properly. And stop only the TikTok and talk and talk and talk. Send these messages to your friends. Because all of us here, we can be victims. Everybody. We are all victims. So tell your friends, when you go and you are discussing your notes or your whatever, push one of these things in between and have a thorough discussion on them. I believe when we do that, with the bulk messages that we send, it will go around and it will reach people.
Thank you very much. And please, my name is Carl Rudolph Mogini, a final year marine engineering student. During Auntie Dufie presentation, she said that don't use your position to harass people. I recently had a conversation with a final year student who shared her experience during an internship at a particular bank. She mentioned that the manager tried to harass her by offering to pay hostel fees or other personal expenses. Now, in situations like this, what best course of action must she take? She stopped the internship because of this harassment. Meanwhile, it's very important for us to have this internship. She was supposed to have the internship for 2 months, but she said within 3 weeks she stopped because the man still persists want to have an affair with her. So in situation like this, what must she do? Because the man was using a position to harass her. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, the person should take a stand and then tell whoever it is, just as it is, right, that I am not interested, and if you pursue, I'll report you. Have the confidence and the boldness to do that. The moment you do that, the person knows that you know your rights. Do you get it? But the question is that do we even know our rights? She pulled out of fear, right? She could have, once she had told the person, I don't want that. And if you pursue, I'll report you. The person will never do that. And even you can say that, I would report you to your boss and I'll report you to the police. The person cannot say that I'm sacking you. What is the grounds for sacking her? Do you get it? What is the grounds for sacking her? Now you have to find a ground for sacking her. But he will not get any reasonable ground for sacking her. So he will stop. The issue is that, like, we are not bold to take a stand. We are not bold. And I'll add to what they've been saying. The moment I get to class, this is what I do. The first day that the students report that we have a class, I tell them that you are my children. And then you are here for a purpose. Now, anybody that has a problem, let me know. Anybody that harasses you, let me know. I will pursue that person. I will hunt that person out. And then I'll make that person's life uncomfortable in the school. It builds trust. So you now get students reporting. And like I would say, the accounts, a student came with a friend. She was afraid, so she came with a friend. So the friend told me that, this person X, in her hostel, she is a senior and the roommate is a junior. Listen, senior, roommate, junior. And the roommate has his boyfriend sleeping in the room. When she's going to bath, there are three. When they are going to bath, the boy will be there. When they are dressing, the boy will be there. But when the boy is going to bath, the girl will tell her seniors to go outside. And I said, what? So it had affected this senior of mine, the student. So I said, and you are sitting down and you say anything? Give me the girl's number. Give me the girl's number. Where's the hostel? And then they showed me the hostel. I said, give me the girl's number. So I called the girl with my phone. The people were sitting there. And I told them, are you this? Who is it? And I said, who is it? I mentioned my name. And I said, me, I've paid for my daughter's hostel. The boy I knew that she had put it on speaker because you could hear the boy's voice. And you and your boyfriend, I report you to your dean. I report you to the imam because I learned you are a Muslim. I report you to the imam. I report you to the HOD. I report you to the vice chancellor because of A, B, C, D, E. And now, if my daughter comes, before she gets there, I'm coming with her, before we get there, the boy should pack his things and leave the room before we even get there. And if we get there, anything that happens to that my daughter who is coming there, you'll be seriously in trouble. So, before the guy has left. Do you get it? The guy has left, now the girl is comfortable, senior. But look at the junior misbehaving. How can you have one girl sleeping with 4 boys? You know that one. 4, 5 boys in one room. One girl. Sleeping with 5 in one room. It won't happen. Do you get it? So you have paid, your parents have paid your hostel fee. Then you say somebody should come and patch in your room. And then they'll take pictures when you have done this, like me, who we sleep and we do all styles. Then, no. It wouldn't happen. It's harassment. Do you get it? So be bold, speak out, report. When you report, you die. Report. You die. You rather get help. And if it means us going to the hostel, because the hostel, we know that a lot of things happen there. If it means we should go to the hostel, we'll go to the hostel. The hostel manager, simple crap. Because he is not a university worker. So please, use the channels and report, and we'll work on that. Is that okay? Okay. So
yes. So I wanted to add to Doc's own. So the student was on internship, right? So the internship means that the institution is outside KNUST. I have worked on internship programs for students in the STEM field with MEDA for about 6 years. And I know that all the organizations we work with, and it wouldn't be different from the bank, the HR organizes this anti-sexual harassment programs for the staff. And so everybody working there knows what is at stake. So all the lady needs to do is to report. And sometimes we don't have the courage. And you see, we talk to wrong people. So you talk to someone and say, hey, Papa will cry. So then you are afraid that maybe something can happen to me. But just like Auntie said, if you could say, me, I will tell the HR officer, I will tell your boss. They see that, hey, you cry, you know a lot of things, you know places. But when they do that, no, I don't like that, then you chicken out. So she actually left the internship because she was afraid. But if she had gathered the courage, the man would have stopped, she would have gone ahead, finished with her internship, and come back. So I think that anytime, the HR supports us. Wherever you find yourself, it's not KNUST that has policies. All organizations are working hard. I mean, we've not gotten 100% yet, but I think all the organizations are working hard to make sure that they support people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I wanted to say that for us to be each other's keeper, as students, as mates, as colleagues, there are some things that we need to look out for. So if for one reason or the other your mate or your colleague is not coming to class, a staff is not coming to work, or for whatever reason, you've seen that her attitude for some time has changed, get closer, try to find out why. So if for whatever reason a mate is not coming for lectures, or she's crawled back into her shells, get closer, find out. Maybe there's something eating her up. But if you don't find out, and then you will wait until the thing escalates, as friends, it's going to affect us. Because if the friend is affected in one way or the other, maybe you are that close to that friend, it's also going to affect you. And your mental health, you feel guilty that, I couldn't help my friend and she's out of school or that. So let's also be each other's keeper. Let's look out for the indicators. The person will be very quiet, her attitude, the energy even to come for lectures or whatever. You see that the person is not coming up. So please, let's look out for these indicators. Thank you very much.
Okay, so please, my name is Nicholas Sena Akolache. Doc mentioned that evidence is the game. Okay, so it's just a simple question. I want to ask the KNUST counseling unit. Usually we have these peer counselors that come around classrooms. Sometimes we meet them on the road. Is there any assurance they are giving us, kind of like an evidence paper, where you sign and they also sign before you explain your issue to them? If there is, then that's a good way. But if there is nothing like that, then I think it should be implemented to improve the confidentiality level. Now, the second suggestion is that if we are keen to promoting gender-based violence, one of the ways we can do that is what was done about last week. That's the app coming up. I think it's a very good initiative, and then we congratulate you on that. But moving forward, I think gender-based violence questions should be added to the assessment of lecturers. That is where we have issues in reporting. Because you feel like if it's your own colleague where you can challenge the person, you have the right to report to an authority, where if the person takes an action, you can defend. But when it comes to authorities where you are not in a good power to defend, that is where the issue is and then the fear is. So if we are keen to promoting this, then one of the ways we can, which is a suggestion, is to add questions involved or surrounding gender-based violence to our lectures assessment, where we can report authorities that we feel we are afraid and we can report face-to-face to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. In fact, the peer counselors are not professional counselors. And I'll come to our profession. The confidentiality aspect is one way. It is the counselor who assures the client of confidentiality. As for you, the client, you cannot say, I'm also assuring you, the counselor, with confidentiality. That's why sometimes people come to the center, discuss their issue. When they go out, they can discuss that with their colleagues and other people, what the experience they got from the counselor. But you, as a professional, it is your duty to give that confidentiality, the assurance, and everything that you can do to protect the client. And that is maybe the student coming to you. So the training that we're giving to them is just for them to identify students in distress, where they can refer, because they live with students and these are their peers. That is just basically what they are supposed to do. They are supposed to refer, and issues that they cannot handle, they bring them to the counseling center for this. So there's no need for them to have this kind of non-disclosure agreement to sign, or we don't do that. Even as counselors, if you can, we don't sign any document to say, but we give you the assurance that whatever discussion you are going to have with the counselor remains with the counselor, but not you, the client. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm back again. Please, I'm having another question here. It's also based on experience, but I would just like to make some contribution about our leaders. Most of us, before we are being voted for, the way we relate with people isn't the same way after we come to power or we are given the chance to become the leaders. I think Maxwell John C., American author, once said something that we should be close enough to relate with each other as leaders, and we should be far ahead to lead. But in a situation where we become leaders, we think that we are the bosses, forgetting that we are the chief servants. Yeah, so I think leaders, if we put this into consideration, it would help. And then to our dear dignitaries, please, with a due respect, if I'm allowed to say the things that I've heard as department president, you might be amazed. Because a lot of people will come, the way I relate with them, they will just express, a lot of them, I hate my dad, I hate my mom, the things they are going through, they will tell you everything, but after that, they will give you the warning again. I trust you. That's why I just said this to you. Yeah, so don't tell anyone. So if all department leaders, faculty leaders, and college leaders are being, if they are trained how to relate with such things, it would help. Because I've been in this situation, and mostly I just have to keep quiet and sit down and keep the secret. Because the person said, this is a secret, don't reveal it. And I have to do justice to that. Yeah. So my question is concerning the parents. You were saying that we are involved, and then lecturers are also involved. Everyone is involved. Based on experience, most of the students will come and they will tell you, please, I don't want my parent, because of my parent, I don't want my mom to hear my daddy, or Tiamawu, so don't tell my dad. Or, yeah, so is it that the parents are failing in the parenting aspect? Because for me, if something happens to me right now, if I pick phone, my mom is just like a friend to me. I just talk to her, I call her by her first name. I'll just call my mom and tell my mom. We play like just, so I don't know. Okay, that's the question. Thank you.
Okay, so a little to say on that question. I think we all have to agree that we have different background and different families, how we grew up and how we have been trained. However, there's one thing of communicating what is sensitive to you And whoever you share it to, we have to know how to help you. Because the person is in distress, the person is having a challenge, and he wants solution, he wants a remedy. So that's one key thing you have to understand. There's a level you communicate and said, okay, this I want to tell you. Now, you who have been privy to the information must know how to handle it and help in the healing process. That's a very key thing. So you have to know how to handle the information and know how to help the person to understand. The family is needed in the therapy, in the healing of the process. But you have to know how to communicate with your client, with the person that this, we need to inform your parent like this and this and this. At this stage, we need to tell your parent. At this stage, you have to tell your father. At this stage, you have to tell your mother. That must be done. And it's the process. You don't just go straight away, but you have to gradually let the person understand. And that's why I said that you need the training. You need the training. If you don't have the training, if you don't have the skill, you can't do it. You can't do it. And if you know you don't have it, you can consult. You can consult. You need to consult people who are professional to give you how to handle the case. Hearing the case and keeping it is not solving the problem. It's not solving the problem. So you getting the information, you need to seek advice, know how to address it, and go back to the person and help the person. If you get the facts, know how to get the professionals to come to aid, to advise you so that you can go back and help the person. And when you build a trust, then you now advise that let us seek further, someone better to be able to help in the process. It's very important to go through that. You need to be with the person till you finish the case or help the person to come out from the issue. And that's the letter I want to say.
I also look at the Domestic Violence Act. Section 5 is telling us that any single act may amount to violence. And numerous acts may also amount to violence. So you don't wait and keep things as secret. The first one is, like Madam said, touch. Then you touch your cheek and you say it's a secret. Then the next one, touch. You touch your lips and you say it's a secret. It will be going on and on and on. When we're talking about violence, it's a pattern. A pattern, and it will be going round. So before you realize, the person becomes so familiar with what he's doing to you, and it will trickle down to something serious that you don't want to. So the first incident or the first act, you have to act immediately.
Please, may I say something? Yeah, yes. Concerning what the leader just raised, what I want to say is that normally you have to prepare the person. Let the person know that, yeah, though you've confided with me that these are your issue, but you don't want me to tell anybody. But you are not a professional. Maybe it's about health, it's about counseling, it's about security. Let the person know that, yeah, there are people who are over there who can support you. Prepare their mind. Let them understand the gains you'll get from wherever you want them to go. But you just leave it and say, oh, because the person says I shouldn't tell anybody, at that answer, you have not solved the problem. The person will continue to experience that problem. So you prepare the person, let the person know that, oh, there are a lot of support services available on campus here. So we could talk to the counselor, we could talk to the security or any other person so that the person will get the support from that.
Thank you. We'll take the final words from all our panelists and then we'll call the others in.
There's a suggestion here. Please, my humble opinion, as a welfare representative of my class, there are a lot of issues at hand. And because of consent, confidential issue and others, people suffer in silence. I think the awareness and education can be made known to all by making it a compulsory course for first years, so we all know and not be ignorant. For me, this is a very powerful observation and intervention that there are a lot of things going on. And we need to do a lot to get people educated and informed. And to suggest that, I don't know if we still do liberal courses. Okay, so, but that is up to the university to find a creative way of making a lot of people know. Just as you've been this creative, I'm very sure that you can have something to do. Okay, so what I will say is that at least we are aware through this program or seminar that there are so many policies. The policies are meant to ensure that we have a conducive learning and teaching environment. We can only get that if we make use of the policies. Get yourself informed, get yourself empowered, so that you can inform and empower other persons. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank
We'll
you very
take
much.
yours as well.
I want to say that we are in an environment where everything you need to thrive here is available. That's one thing I want to say. I always, anytime I enter KNUST-TEK, I say that you are safe. Not safe because, but the rules are there. The measures are put in place. If you follow the path and do the things right, you are safe here. That's one thing you should know. And as student leaders, you have to also encourage your colleagues that you are safe. You can, if first you do the right thing, you know the channels to follow, you will get things done. And you should not be afraid that the system will victimize you or no. Everything will move on well for you. That's one thing I want to say. And I want to say that, yes, there are a lot of things that are there for you to read. You have to pay the price to get the fact and read. But I'm just asking myself, as I saw this question, can we make it like the students, before they get their ID card, they should also go through some of the policies and write exams? No, because a staff, before you get a staff ID card, you write exams. You write exams on some policies. Because that will make them to learn some of the, yes, to take it serious. As they are calling for, because if you make it a course and you teach it in the classroom, they will come. Some will come, some will not. No, in fact, they will not see it as anything, and they will not learn. I mean, they just want their marks to go. But if you have to do it before you get your ID card, it will be something. Thank you.
Right, final input.
I will say that preach the word. Whatever you heard here today, please send it around. Tell your friends. Don't keep it to yourself. Let them also know or hear whatever we said today so that we'll all be safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to our panelists. We'll have the other group join us. Then I don't know if we had a team leader. Who was a team leader for this breakout session? Because you have to present whatever we learned this morning to the entire group. No, Prof. Azuma has already done her keynote. All right, so, sir, you be the leader. They have nominated you. Yes, they nominated you. I was at your blind side, but they said you. So we'll use you. Just dot down a few things that we discussed here. So when they join us, you present it to the entire team. Thank you. I hope it was beneficial for everybody that was here. Thank you. Do we have everybody back? Can we all be seated? Well, whilst we wait for everybody to sit, so we can continue, I have two questions here. And okay, so I'm a newly elected vice president in my department, and one of our policies is to create a peer counseling unit in our department. Please, how do we do that? And we'll need support from the counseling center. So how do you create a peer counseling center in a department? But she didn't state her department, unfortunately.
So let the person come when we talk. Because what we do is that every year, when the final years are living, then we recruit new peer counselors and then we take them through training. So they should come and then we work with them. Thank
So
you.
whoever this question is from, please get to DOSA. Ask for the counseling center. You go directly to her. Her name is Mrs. DeGraft Ajay. Mrs. DeGraft Ajay. Just go to her office and we'll discuss that. This one too is there a way one is dressed? Is the way one is dressed supposed to attract harassment? Basically, no, because in a case where I dressed for an exam and a security guy, at the moment I stepped out, looked me up and down and said to a lady, did you see? That was the question. The sexual harassment policy, okay, I'm so sorry, but I think
Anita, I think it's
no,
talking
I think
about...
it's a personal experience. I want to read. So
You want to get it?
Yes,
because I was
understand.
thinking I got it. It looks
You
like
got it.
It looks like the dress. Somebody passed a comment about
her dressing. Yes.
Yes. So that shouldn't happen, and it shouldn't be a focus of sexual harassment or abuse because of your dressing. But that is not to say that you shouldn't also be decent, because you are also in an environment. It's an academic environment, so you need to know what to wear at what function. So decency is also the key.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that people can just abuse you because of what you are wearing. If that happens, you need to report.
Okay. And in such a case, it was a security personnel that did this to her. Where does she have to go? Counseling center, or go to the security services, go to the director's office. All right.
There is also one thing that we all have to appreciate. How you dress calls for how you should be addressed. I don't know Father. I don't know he's a reverend. But by mere fact that he is in this cassock, I see him Father or Reverend. So how you dress, around how you sometimes you should be addressed. If a police officer walks in here, the uniform, you call him what? Abine. Is that not so? But you do that. So dressing decently, like Madam said, is a responsibility. There is a big but. A lot of men say that because they were half naked, that is why I raped or defiled her. Make that attempt and you sleep at the wrong side of your bed. You know why? When you go and unfortunately meet your sister or your mom naked and it doesn't attract you, then it is your conscience. It is not the naked dress. If that is what we are going to say, then when you go to the poolside, you start raping all those at the poolside. because they are half naked. So if what you see is what is making you go rape somebody, as much as we are advising the cat, we have to advise the momoni, the madfish. So what we are saying is that we are not encouraging ladies to dress anyhow. That Madam Chancellor said it. And we will not want to encourage that. It is not a recipe for you to then say that because she dressed that way, that is why I did that. So please, mark it. She has been a little irresponsible by not dressing well. But because she didn't dress well, it shouldn't attract you. That is why I gave you that of your mother. When you are bathing and doing all those things, because you have it in your mind that I cannot do anything to my mother, in few occasions that people do that, you will not. So when you go to the poolside, they will not rush on the white people. The whites, when they come here, they don't have the sun. So they will always go that way. So you are telling me that you don't do that to them. But when it's a Ghanaian, you are quick to say that because of their dresses. So please, I beg you, how you dress calls for how you should be addressed. Nevertheless, it's not a recipe for you to assault or beat somebody and say it's because of the dressing.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
So, for her question or her comment, she was going to write an exam.
Yes.
So there are two things that we are talking about here. So if you look at the policy for equality and diversity, it is there in black and white that KNUST does not prescribe a dress code. And so you cannot address somebody or you cannot discriminate against someone per the kind of dressing the person is put on. However, during exams, issues have come up that young ladies come to the exam room dressed in a particular way to intimidate male invigilators.
How are they dressed to intimidate male? Oh, sorry. This stairs always confuses everybody.
So they wear short skirts without pants and sit with legs open. So if you are invigilating and sitting in front, you cannot look but go away so that they can copy.
Oh, so they can copy?
Yes. Not that you will call them all, so that you can copy. And so my thinking is that probably the security person passed that comment maybe because of that, so that you take note of that young lady who is wearing that skirt or whatever dressing. Sometimes they show their beads. So anything that will make the invigilator uncomfortable, they will do it. Yes.
That's
so
harassment
that
on the part of
the issues that we have.
Okay, so this is not specifically what happened with this question, but that's an example. All right, the final.
I just want to.
Since it concerns your unit, yes, please.
Because it's about my unit. Sometimes they also suffer. There was a case like that when a security person just met a student from lecture hall. And he was just thinking that, oh, you people are suffering, or you are tired. How was your lecture? That's all. Harassment. So sometimes they also suffer. So our students should dress well.
Yeah.
As simple as that, they should dress well.
Thank you.
Okay, I would add, you see, the dressing. Even though there's the diversity policy, the university student guide is simpliciter, decent dressing. You see, we are talking about dignity and respect. If you know what dignity is, it's a sense of self-worth. How do you value yourself? How do you value yourself? A sense of self-worth. When I'm coming from the criminologist's perspective, you see, your demeanor speaks a lot about you. Your demeanor, the way you appear, it speaks volumes. So that, like you said, if you are doing soup, would you be caught in the net? Because of the way you are presenting yourself. You are going into an exam room. They said that dress well. Because you are not the only person going there. One, what is your intent? Me, I always look at the intent too. What is the intent
of putting on that dress. I personally have walked people out. But me, if you come, I walk you out. Because they are students, they can't even they can't write, concentrate. Then the student will tell me, madam, madam, they themselves will draw your attention, madam. So you have to go and put the student at the back. At the back. Some of them, when they finish exams, I call them. I don't say anything. Just look at them. And then that one, they look alone. Then they'll say, madam, I won't do that again.
Okay.
Do you get it? So, please.
I get it, but reading further, now understanding really what happened. So, she proceeded to ask other people what was wrong with her dressing because she was just wearing a jeans and a top. Now, the bias of whoever was looking would come in as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? The bias. Somebody's perception can also play a part in this.
The jeans will not matter, but the top will matter.
But then again, you also must be tough-minded enough not to absorb every negative comment that comes your way.
I said the top will matter.
This could have even affected your exam going in. Mentally, it could have derailed you to answer your questions properly. You should be tough enough not to absorb everything that comes your way.
So can they wear
you want
crop?
to say something?
Somebody say, can we wear crop top to write exams? And then swimming costume. You know the swimming costume thing, the ladies one, that is only the brassiere and the thing. And when I told her that, she was talking to a lecturer. Then I told the lecturer that, don't talk to her. She was wearing swimming costume. Swimming costume. I told her that, do you know that this is swimming costume?
In a lecture hall?
She was going to a lecture, write an exam, and she was talking to the lecturer on the veranda. Then I told the lecturer that this is sexual harassment. The girl is wearing swimming costume.
Okay.
And all the back you show you with only this place covered.
Thank you, Prof. Azuma. Thank you so much. We have to move on. If we continue, we'll go on and on and on. And once we are back, let me give you a little treat, and then we'll pick the minds of the groups that met. I would now invite Miss Emanuela Ejewa Riafe, third-year student, BA, Communication and Media and Communication Studies, to give us a spoken word. So please give her a round of applause.
They are just children, very little ones, with dreams and aspirations to be the greater child. What's more attractive than to see them succeed? All their dreams and visions they've nurtured and framed from seed. And they are looked upon like a good, ready to be purchased, not just in a proper negotiated price, but for free. The audacity. Yes, they are the stronger vessels. But why use their meekness against them? Turn tables upside down and strip them off of their masculinity. They walk now with no confidence, but pure hatred for humanity. Tell me, how would you feel? How would you feel when a woman, in fact your friend, is ripped apart, not just of her clothes, but her dignity, and taken into a journey of despair? How would you feel when you put yourself in her shoes, being shattered emotionally and physically, with every trauma tickling down her head? It's always seen, judged, and forgotten. But can it be announced daily? Daily for others to flee from the thought of even attempting. These victims do not only live with the nightmares, but with the pain and regrets from this harassment. A child's eyes, once beautiful and bright with glee, now dim with anxiety and with a whole new personality. Their energetic nature, once contagious and free, now crushed in speed and memory unseen. A man's heart, once strong and mighty, now broken, shattered, and empty. The weight of shame is now a burden to bear, forming regret, yet a story to share. A woman's smile, once beautiful and enchanting, now overshadowed by her fears, crippled by her reminiscences, and disheveled in every sphere. We've been told to be strong and to behave, but what about those who are brave? The ones who have been hurt and scarred, the ones who will be silent and left impaired, the ones who run into the shadows, crying and shivering every night and day, all because they fear to sell out the guilty one. No, we need to rise. Yes, you and me, we need to stand up, shatter those silence and ease those pains. Safe spaces are needed in our schools, workplaces, and various communities. We can be the confidants and trustees of these victims. They need to feel safe and comfortable wherever they go. They need a place where they can thrive, a place where all minors and men can live and survive, free from fear, free from violence, and all unethical traits. Yes, we are the change. We are the light. We are the ones who can make it right, so let us rise up. Take a stand, creating awareness hand in hand to stop sexual harassment and to stop gender-based violence against women and men. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Emanuela. That was incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, we have the presence of our SRC president, and he has another engagement, so we're going to allow him to give his remarks before we take the report from the breakout session. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Francis Nana Kane.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, are we not happy to have such a workshop? Are we not happy? I think for the past 2 hours that I've been here, I've learned a lot. God bless you, Mommy. I think I want to only introduce myself. My name is Nana Francis, and I'm the 64th SRC president, and we are the 64th SRC administration. On my extreme right is Nanaya Ediache, the Women's Commissioner, and Samuela Opokwajimai, the SRC General Secretary. The chairperson, Professor Mariam Asantua and Cancer, our esteemed partners from the POS Foundation, the presence of Dr. Azuma, dedicated facilitators, distinguished guests, and my fellow students. Good afternoon once again. Today, we are not only here as an SRC of this great institution, but as a team deeply aware, deeply burdened, and yet deeply hopeful. I'm not only here as a president, but as a passionate advocate for the cause that affects the core of our community, gender-based violence and sexual harassment. I believe this workshop is not just another event. It is a powerful step towards the safer, more inclusive KNUST community we are all working together to build. I begin by commending the Director of Student Affairs, Professor Mariam Nkansa, and the POS Foundation for organizing this timely and necessary gathering under the theme Creating Safer Spaces, Awareness, Advocacy, and Prevention. This theme, I believe, resonates deeply with our collective aspiration, a campus culture grounded in respect, dignity, and justice. These values are not negotiable, they are fundamental. But structural change is not enough without cultural change. And this is where I turn to you, my fellow students and authorities. In my own words, today's gathering is not ceremonial, it is sacred, because we are confronting pain, we are confronting silence, and we are confronting injustice. And more than anything, today we are choosing change. There is a story I want to share. A girl called Tracy, a second-year student, once walked into a lecture hall with trembling hands and weary hearts. A lecturer she admired had, over time, blurred the line between mentorship and manipulation. What started as friendly advice became unsolicited text at midnight, and praise became pressure. When she said no, then her grades began to suffer. And when she cried out, she was met with silence. Tracy is not a story. Tracy is real. This is a quote from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, that the problem with gender is that it prescribes how we should be rather than recognizing how we are. We do not gather here today merely to listen. We gather to unlearn, to relearn, and to act. Sexual harassment is not only physical. It is the persistent joke in the WhatsApp group that no one calls out. It is that stare that lingers far too long in the lecture theater. It is the culture that says boys will be boys when they violate their boundaries. Gender-based violence is not just a woman issue. It is a human issue. And so it must be a leadership issue. And as president, I will not be silent in a time of suffering. An icon of feminist thought, Bell Hooks said, "Love is an action, never simply a feeling." If we love each other, we will act, we will speak, and we will protect. And we will build this campus community into a safer space, not just in words, but in policy and practice. One thing I know for sure is that KNUST will continue to build a community where victims are heard, not silenced. Survivors are protected and supported, not blamed. And perpetrators are held accountable, not protected by the systems of silence. I see young women rising, fierce, brilliant, and unafraid. I see young men unlearning toxic masculinity and becoming guardians of respect. I see lecturers, counselors, and student leaders determined to make this a safe space for all. To my fellow students, silence enables violence. We must challenge harmful stereotypes when we hear them. We must stand up and speak out when something is wrong. We must support survivors, not with judgment, but with empathy and care. To our lecturers, administrators, and staff, your leadership sets the tone. By modeling and enforcing zero-tolerance policies, you help create an environment where everyone feels protected, heard, and valued. Let me remind all of us of the powerful words of Audre Lorde: "Your silence will not protect you." Let today mark a break from silence and the beginning of bold, sustained action. Let today be the day we choose to transform a KNUST campus into a true beacon of safety, inclusion, and accountability. Let it not be the end of a workshop today. Let it be the beginning of a strong movement. May KNUST keep rising, not just in academic excellence, but in human dignity. Thank you all, and God bless you.
I think the Presido needs another round of applause. That was a very, very, very good speech. Very encouraging. Kane, did you get permission to put your hand? Did you get consent? Welcome, did you give him consent? The consent was given. Thank you so much. All right, so we'll go straight into our breakout session and we'll take reports. And we're going to pick the students who were there, not faculty or management or whoever. We want the students to come and tell us what they've learned. So for group 1, Chantel Zippy will do us the honor. Chantel Zippy, do us the honor, give us a report. I'm switching off my mic here so you can use yours there.
Please give me a second. Okay. Please, good afternoon. Okay, so my breakout room was to handle the role of educational institutions in the prevention of gender-based violence. So we had 3 major sections to approach in this. We had prevention and education, then safety and supportive environments, and the policies and the procedures that they would follow. So under the prevention and education, topic, we came up with the following points: that deliberate organization of seminars, departments should organize deliberate seminars to create more awareness on this topic and the likes. We heard a few departments are doing it, but it's not done in every department currently. So we want to encourage more departments should do this. And then short surveys should be conducted via the AIM app to evaluate the students' understanding on the policies that have been generated. And then the university should scale up seminars in this regard, and they should also make the psychology course 154 a centralized course, a non-scoring course as well. And then within the briefings that happened, we were told that the counseling center they disseminate information regarding the gender-based violence and the likes. And people mentioned that it's not easily accessible to them. So we also mentioned that the counseling center should be able to send these messages to the direct inboxes of the students. Next was the role of the staff and the lecturers in this regard. So now we came up with they creating less intimidating environments for this so that students will be able to open up to them. And students should employ the use of the AIM app since suggestion boxes are currently out of use. And then the lecturers should be observant and they should notice changes in their students when they become very quiet when certain topics are raised. And this, they can only do this when they occasionally bring up this topic during their lectures, so that you'll be able to see how the students react to this, and probably after lectures, they speak with their students. And then the gender-based violence should actually be approached as a social issue, so that people will not be so biased in, solving the issue and the likes. And then we also came up that the misconceptions about DOSA should be fixed. People should not only perceive DOSA or the Directorate of Student Affairs as a place of punishment, but they should be able to walk into the space to get their concerns heard and addressed. So now, under the prevention, we were looking at it on the student level. So we were talking about promotion of healthy student relationship and consent amongst them. So now the Counseling Center has various educational initiatives and programs that they do to, improve student interactions, like the Emotional Awareness Week and other things. So we concluded that the peer counselors should encourage their course mates and friends to actually patronize these programs. And the students, we should also listen to advice. Not every relationship should end on the bed. So, and then, yes.
So now we move to the safety and support from the environment. We came to the conclusion that, how do I say it? So currently, the architecture department is undergoing the construction of various safe spaces and the likes. So those spaces, when launched, should be used, and students too should also avoid like very secluded places that are dark and far from reach and that kind of thing. And then management is trying their best to make the place safe enough. It's a gradual process. It won't just happen overnight. Whereby everywhere you pass, there will be lights. No. So we, the students too, we should also be responsible for some of our actions. If where you are going to is dark, you might as well use a clearer path or a place that is well lit, and do not be roaming around at odd hours, because, how do I say it? There's security, but at the given time T, where whatever occurs, there might not be someone present. Then we moved on to how institutions can make these reporting mechanisms available. Then how do I say it? So it goes back to going to DOSA, and then you're rest assured that confidentiality is upheld in DOSA. Like, if you use the right approaches and you don't go and snitch to your friends yourself, nobody will tell the world that, okay, you came to DOSA to do A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. So yes, how do I say, the right procedure should be used. And if you want to be kept anonymous, as always, you can always employ the e-counseling app. And then, so now to the next section. So we moved on to the policies, how do I say it? The policy and the procedures that will be employed. So now we came up with the evaluation of all the policies, evaluation of peer counselors, whereby these policies should be made known to the students, and the students give the peer counselors feedback in that regard. And then not only that, okay, the policies have been made, but we should all be advocates of the policy. So you need to tell a friend that we have the various policies on campus so that people will feel protected and the likes. And when you are reporting the situations to DOSA, report with evidence. Even if not video evidence, you can come along with witnesses and the likes. And the security systems present on campus are actually being enhanced and the likes. So let's be each other's keeper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chantel. So for the second group, I have Ojaba KJC Richmond. Where is Ojaba? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. My dear dignitaries and my fellow students. So I'm Ojaba Kejasi Richmond, the Construction Technology and Management Student Society President, and I'm going to take you through the second session. I learned most of you were not here. So it was a discussion, a nice discussion. We had that with 3 panel members, and then we started talking about the policies available for students. So we were asked to download by Prof to download these policies, and then I think majority of us downloaded the policies. So I would encourage us to read, even though Generation Z, we don't like reading, but let's make it by reading because it's going to actually help us. We continued by asking questions. So most of us brought out questions based on experience, and it was very interactive session. I think myself, I asked the question concerning leaders. Leaders, because of the rapport we created with other students, they are able to open up to us to tell us some things that they can't even tell lecturers and their parents. And then to that point, we mostly don't know what to do as leaders, and we aren't being trained on such things, how to go with it. So I think the panel members made me understood. I love one word that they said, prepare the mind of the people to consult, because most of them will tell you, I trust you, so don't tell anyone.
But here I've gotten to know that as leaders, we have to prepare our mind. Sorry, we have to prepare the mind of the students and our minds in order to help them consult the appropriate counselors and those who would actually help them. One of the honorable also asked that why don't we bring out students who are punished so that people will see that, okay, if I send my case to DOSA, yeah, this is what is going to happen, or I've seen what actually happened to someone when they sent him. But I think the panel members made us understood that punishment shouldn't be in that way. We shouldn't have that kind of mindset. We expect, after someone is being punished, we expect the person to be in such a manner, we treating the person in a manner that the person will be disgraced, and no, punishment shouldn't be in that manner. Yeah, so I think we were enlightened on that. And other question follows, but I think I would end here due to time. And thank you very much. God bless us all.
Thank you, Jabba. All right, so we'll take our next remark from Professor Mrs. Mercy Bedu, the Diversity and Inclusion Office, KNUST. Please give her a round of applause to give her her final remarks.
Thank you very much, Prof. Director Dosa. Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Azuma. Auntie Dufie, we thank you so much. POS, God bless you for making sure that this training workshop comes to pass. I'm excited to be here. Why? Because currently, from the Vice Chancellor's office, we are trying to put together the Gender and Inclusivity Office. And here, the task is just to make sure that the KNUST policies, so the four of them, that is disability, diversity and equality, the gender policy, and then the sexual harassment policy, is implemented within the university. We also want to monitor and evaluate the progress of how the policies are working. And so programs like this, I'm sure the Vice Chancellor is excited, and we should be excited for having such programs. So, Prof. Director, in 2022, when we started dissemination of the policy documents, we got a grant from the Association of Commonwealth Universities for sexual harassment projects. And then I remember very well, we had students' bodies coming together. We did training for them. What the problem is that when we get the information, we either sit on the information or we don't do anything about it. I'm so sad the SRC president is gone, but since we have some of the student leaders here, I think you should take this up. This is a very wonderful training you've had. You've heard a lot, and you've heard things that you can do to help your colleagues. You've heard about the various interventions that is available for you. You have to grab it. But you see, if we count the number of us in this room, it's not enough. If you look at KNUST, please, let us organize programs. So I was thinking that probably the SRC president will take it up. So in his handing over notes, probably he will instruct or have something in there so that subsequent presidents that come, those is there. Even if Prof moves on to another level, still we have people there that can organize such programs so that we all learn. It goes very far, and then we know what to do when we have such problems. One of the issues is reporting, the fact that we do not want to report. And during our discussions, we heard a lot because we don't have confidence. And I remember I told them that if you come to KNUST and you don't have confidence in DOSA, you don't have confidence in the counseling center, you don't have confidence in anybody, then you have no business being here. Let us have confidence. One of the things that we can do is that we gather evidence as much as possible. I have learned that this sexual harassment and this gender issue, it has a lot of legalities. It's a matter of law. So you cannot just go and say that I saw this person and the person this, and it will bring so many issues. And at the end of the day, you will say that the system is not supporting you. So let us gather enough evidence. And we should know how to share our evidence. It's not because you went to your friend. That's one thing again I said and I'm excited about, and I'll say it again, is the fact that all the people that delivered messages to you are not mere people. What I'm saying is that, you see, you have lawyers here telling you what they know. So it means that when you have the evidence, you should know the people that you channel your evidence to before we kill your evidence before the case. It is very, very important. And the last thing I want to say is that, students, let us trust the system. Let us have confidence in the system. The system is here. I'm sure Professor Ankasa sleeps, eats. Everything she does is to make sure that nothing bad happens to any students. That is all that she looks. She wakes up in the morning, and if she has to pray, I'm sure it's part of her prayers. And so the system is there for you. Please let us have confidence, and let us do our own bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Bedu. All right, I would invite the founder and executive director for POS again, Mr. Jonathan Osei-Wusu. He has a very short video to show us. I think the video has been queued here. I just play it. Okay.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating
Media, can you
sex,
please
you're making them a
project
cup
the
of
one I'm
tea.
playing?
You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, fuck yes, I would fucking love a cup of tea. Thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea.
That's not the one I'm playing.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead
That's
of
this
initiating
one?
sex,
Oh, okay, then I'm
you're
playing
making them a
something
cup
different.
of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, fuck yes, I would fucking love a cup of tea. Thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you could make them a cup of tea or not, but be aware they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important part, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you are entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say no thank you, then don't make them tea at all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please. That's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time that it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind. And you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea. And they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea. And they said yes. But in the time it took you to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down. Make sure the unconscious person is safe. And this is the important part again. Don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they're safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it going, "But you wanted tea last week." Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." But if you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you're able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand it when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very, as Professor Zuma says, simplicity. Thank you. I think that's our message from POS. Done. Thank you so much. Let me invite Prof. Marianne Cancer to give us the closing remarks.
Good afternoon. So colleagues, partners, POS, guests, my dear students, good afternoon once again. I know you all agree with me that being part of this history making today has been a day well spent. If you do agree with me, give yourselves a round of applause. Today, we've created awareness on the interventions available for support to make sure our university community is safe. We have taken a significant step towards creating a safer and more inclusive environment for all members of our university community, students and staff alike. And I was excited when the issues of students harassing lecturers and other staff also came up in the conversation. It's not always the students who get harassed. Some students are very bold. They also harass the staff. Maybe the staff don't report as much as the students do, but going forward, we'll be very deliberate in collecting all the data so we can give a balanced story. A balanced story. The knowledge and perspectives shared will undoubtedly enhance our efforts to prevent gender-based violence and sexual harassment. I encourage the reps from the various units who are here, the various units that were invited and were asked to nominate. So if you were nominated by your unit, today you've become part of the focal persons. And everyone else here to continue the conversation that we've had today, apply the knowledge gained and let us support one another in promoting a culture of respect, dignity, and consent. To the students here, I encourage you to leave your details, particularly those who have stayed to the end, so that we'll reach out to you after here. There's someone dedicated to give thanks, but permit me to say special thanks to our keynote speakers, to my own sister, Dr. Frances Dufie Azuma Esquire, for initiating this process and partnering with DOSA so it becomes a DOSA-owned project that we do with POS. I was expecting some applause. And also to my sister, the head of KCC, Mrs. Victoria D. Grafteje, she and I, every time we have an idea, it's on WhatsApp and then we bring it back to life. Thank you very much for always being there and for rising to the occasion and seeing that this is important that we have to do together as a team. To POS again, our partners and sponsors for all that you have done. Thank you. And to you for responding to our invitation, for being part and for staying till this time, till this very end of the event. Let me communicate the Vice Chancellor's words of felicitations to you. She says, "Are you cool to all of you?" And she's here with us in spirit, and she is very, very happy that we could pull this together. A round of applause for her in her absence. Let's work together to make KNUST a haven where everyone feels safe, supported, and empowered to thrive. We have all the arsenals to make sure this happens. All that is left is for us individually to be empowered to report, to use the right channels so that our voices will be heard. Let me say thank you, although there's a vote of thanks, let me say thank you to Reverend Father, the chaplaincy entirely, for always being part of us from beginning to end. Let me say thank you to the media. If I don't do this, they will lynch me after here. The Investor Relations Office, Tech TV, e-learning, for always being here to support us so that the rest of the world beyond this room can even be parts of this initiative and enjoy the knowledge that we have all experienced and shared. A round of applause for them. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if there will be any vote of thanks left for you to do. But these, I needed to do them personally. So thank you all for making time to come Let us work together, as I've already said. KNUST gender-based violence and sexual harassment focal persons. Our slogan is safe spaces, thriving lives. Safe spaces, thriving lives. Yes, I mentioned the University Relations Office as the first media to be acknowledged, followed by e-learning, followed by Tech TV. Not any particular order of importance, but as they came to mind. And a very big thank you to Anita, who is coming from the University Relations Office, and also our MC. In fact, we always take them for granted because they are always there. So thank you for prompting me. Because they are always there when we are doing acknowledgements, I have been a culprit a number of times. So this time, thanks for the prompt. And to all of you once again for making this event such a memorable one. God bless you all.
Please scan. That's it, right? They were just pointing to the scan, and I'm like, okay, so please, can you just scan? They have something there for you. It could be gold. Please scan. Speaker of Parliament, everybody wanted to see you today. Even though Madam has done most of your work for you, please still come so we can still acknowledge you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the SRC Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Patrick Apiache, to give the vote of thanks. Hey, your friend honorable, right honorable partner, mama name Aina dry son.
Thank you. Hello, someone. Hello, someone. I think I'm here to say thank you from the students and from everybody to anybody that made it here to the focal group workshop. But my sweet mother has made it easier. She has thanked everybody in my stead and in our stead as students. Shall we please give it up to her? Thank you so much, Mommy, for I think every knowledge and every bit of it we've gained here, you are a big part of it, and then we are glad that we had this opportunity to learn. To POS, we are glad. To every stakeholder here, everybody, of course, is a stakeholder. We are glad, and then what we ask is, thank you all for participating. Parliament is glad, the HRC is glad. On behalf of every student that KNUST has, thank you, and have a nice time. And please, the slogan is very simple, but the meaning is very deep. And I would want us all not just to say it, but to embody it, because it's very important and it will go a long way in helping us. I would say safe spaces, and you say thriving lives. Safe spaces, thriving lives. Please, let's go again. Safe spaces, thriving lives. Last one, safe spaces, thriving lives. So, my body, my integrity. So please, my body, my integrity. Thank you so much.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Next time, come early. So let's do this properly. My body. My body. Definitely, you are in charge. Final prayer. I'd invite Reverend Dr. F. now. May we all be upstanding for this.
Shall we pray? Our help is in the name of the Lord who made heaven and earth. Almighty and ever-living God, we are so very much grateful to you for what we have witnessed here today. The Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the leadership, the management, staff, and students, we are ever grateful to you for what you do for us in our lives and always crowning our effort with success. We thank you for the Director of Student Affairs, who daily think about our dear students and see how best we can create an enabling environment for them, even as they embark on academic journeys. We thank you for the SRC who collaborate with DOSA in achieving this same aim. We are ever grateful to you for all our partners, especially for POS today, for what we have witnessed today. We thank you for all those that you have used in making this day a reality. For all the energies lost, it is our prayer that you continue to replenish them in our life. For all of us who have witnessed this day, in this advocacy, in this awareness creation, that we may be able to prevent any kind of harassment within our environment and space. And because of that, we can have a space environment to do all of our activities in learning, in working, and even in studying. Lord, grant us the graces that we need to be able not to be just listeners, but people who love and are willing to create that space for ourselves, encouraging one another to be able to buy into this. It is our prayer that what we have witnessed today will live with us, will manifest in our life, in our talks, in our actions, that all of us will have this enabling environment to enjoy this safe environment. As we depart from here, lead us to our destination safely and sound. Bless us in all that we do. We make all these prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Mepacho, the first one, Reverend Father was not in, so can we take the pictures again? And I think we'll have lunch after this. Kindly remain here. Let's have lunch. Thank you all so much.